Huh? Oh, you got a new shirt? It's so. Oh my god. Oh. Where is the furled finger? Why did. Assume they're below. Horns one. Hmm. Mm, mm. What is teeth up or one word? Never mind. We need a low poly of this, so let's go decimate this. Decimation master, process current. Gotta do all the quests before we get locked out.
Have you noticed? I asked them, and they said you go. Who knows? Ah, say, come. He used to live. I asked. So, if you see, he's big.
Yeah, what's up? Whoa! It's nice. Well, I think it looks cute.
Uncle Alex, my home, I suppose.
I think it looks cute.
And I'll have to leave.
You should wear that all the time.
I suppose that's...
Looks amazing.
Ah, do you know why they hunt this village that you should? I hope
I think that's all of the dialogue. I don't know. This guy has a lot of dialogue. And FromSoft decided, oh, you know, you should just have to reload the entire zone just to get to the next dialogue, instead of like actually implementing real quests.
those awful
Okay, that is the end of the dialogue. I should do like the Volcano Manor quests. Get that out of the way. Oh, I'm being summoned again. What is this? Getting summoned as Hunter twice in 1 hour? That's insane. Never happened before. Is this the same group as last time? I feel like it might be the same group. Ugh. That's gonna be pretty scary to get past. Let me see if I can take care of it for them. Oh shit, it saw me. Okay, never mind. Whee! Alright, bait him into attacking. Ooh. That could be bad for me. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, someone has... Okay, never mind. I thought he got hit by the freaking tree, but no, that guy has the blood staff of death. This guy's actually twinking. Let's see, do I have... No. Whoa. He's using the freaking yeah. Oh, a bit high. It's pulling out all the stops. Okay. Give me a sec here. This guy is like... Oh, he's dead. Didn't need the chainsaw, but I have it there. That's what constantly that's what a professional invader looks like. They just dupe all this stuff. Okay. Decimate this. Let's see. Do I have to do anything before it gets locked out? That's another thing that I really hate about FromSoft games. Jeez, the quest system is so bad. Oh, there is a cave over here that I can unlock. Let's go get rid of these runes first by spending them on consumables. Well, actually, we could level up a bit. Mm. Is it here? Seawater River? He has like a wound there on his left paw. Left paw. I think he's just like, he's been licking his paw a lot. I put a sock over his paw, but he just keeps taking it off. We need to get him like antibiotics or something. Hmm. Oh, I already got the summoning thing. Okay, I don't need to go any further. Wait, which way is up? I think it's this way. Hmm. This way. Where to... Where to now? It's everything here. Pretty sure. Oh yeah, Corwin's quest. We gotta do that before we kill that dude. So you have Corwin's quest and then also Volcano Manor. Let's go do Corwin's quest first. Okay, this is good. Let's go export this. Here's something interesting to listen to. It's an interview with Ted Peterson. I've been thinking about listening to this on stream.
The Elder Scrolls reigns as one of the most celebrated role-playing game series ever created, and though it's beloved by generations of gamers, it has gone through stages of storyline revision, gameplay changes, and new development teams for each title. Ted Peterson was there early on in the series' formation. Spearheaded by him, Julian LeFay, and Vijay Lakshman, Arena kickstarted the series we know today. He also served as one of the core designers on Daggerfall, as well as writing, quest design, and lore for Morrowind as a hired contractor, with similar writing work for Oblivion. All in all, Ted Peterson wrote nearly 200,000 words of in-game books alone, and stands as one of the most influential creatives in the role-playing game industry today.
That was before
By chance, he
ChatGPT.
watched my interview with Julian LeFay, and we ended up connecting. The following is a mildly edited recording of our interview, where we'll discuss Ted's start in the gaming industry, his involvement in the Elder Scrolls, and what he's been up to since. I hope you enjoy. All right, thanks so much for doing this interview, Ted. I'm a big fan of your work, and it's awesome that we connected through Julian. I just happened to see your comment the other day and ended up connecting with that, so that's pretty cool. So just so everybody's clear, I've read tons of credits and things like that. Just so we're clear, what is your exact role in the Elder Scrolls? From your words, what would you say?
Sure. Well, I was hired on. You know what? I'm going to turn off a fan back here.
Sure, no problem.
I was hired on to Bethesda pretty much right out of college. They were looking for a writer, and they had done a Terminator
I need to farm
game,
some money
and,
first.
They
Buy off all the
realized
spoils.
that they, you know, I think the way it probably was Julian who phrased it like this, that they had a really robust editor, and they thought that any monkey could put together a level using their editing tools, but they needed someone to write the dialogue in between, and this was on Terminator 2029, to, you know, describe what the mission was all about and what you were supposed to do, and, you know, kind of create a fiction around it. So I was hired on as, you know, I think my title was junior writer, and then by the time I did 2 Terminator games, and then by the time Arena came around, I was a writer / designer, and then I was lead designer on Daggerfall, and maybe another Terminator game. It's 20 plus years ago, so I'm searching back. So I think my title was designer and writer, I guess.
A lot of toothbrushes.
So you might have been working on, so you definitely worked on 2049. Did you also work on Future Shock? Is that right?
I worked on, I'm trying to get my Terminators straight in my head. So I worked on the add-on disc for 2029, which was called Operation Scour. I only remember that because it was my first. And then I worked on a game called Terminator Rampage, which was the same engine as Arena. There were 3 people on that title. There was a designer, a programmer, and an artist. And what's funny about the game, it's not a good game, but what's funny about the game is that I think there's like 45 levels that you fight through, and you can watch the engine develop as you play through it. So as you begin, there's a whole bunch of sprites that are the furniture, and it's like an office building. And as you're going through, the couches and everything will rotate because they're 2-dimensional sprites. And then by the time you get to level 9 or 10, we had developed the technology to have things like half-height walls, so we could create blocky couches and things. And all of a sudden, there's 3-dimensional furniture starting at like level 10 or whatever, and the development time was so fast you couldn't go back and like redo the stuff that you had already done. So it just you can kind of play through it and watch an engine being developed.
That's actually really interesting.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. Not probably ideal, but you really want to have an engine done before you're finished with the.
Just begging for something. I don't know what.
Game Dev was so different back then.
What are you begging for?
Like nowadays, it's not unusual for a new IP to take like 4 years to develop.
Right.
Back then, it's
Food
like,
or attention?
we need this game in like 9 months, and it's like,
Probably
okay.
attention, huh?
We always had a concept.
He wants
with
attention.
us, and other companies have a similar concept where
Daddy's streaming.
We didn't think of everything as
Yeah.
being our A game. You know, we
That means I have
very
to
early
neglect
on,
my family.
Arena had been
Yeah.
discussed a lot, prior to me coming on.
I gotta
and,
neglect my family,
continued to be
Chocho.
discussed, while I was working on the Terminator games. There was always a thing of we
Hey,
will
yo.
create this game like Terminator Rampage to stave off the wolves while we're working on the big game that we want to work on.
Right.
So along the way there was Delta V, which I worked on a little bit, which was a kind of a cyberpunky flight simulator. And there was I'm trying to think there was a Future Shock, Terminator Future Shock. There was Terminator Skyrim. I worked on Future Shock, which was the non-multiplayer version of it, but it was I think that was Skyrim. I think that was the first one that had kind of first true 3D enemies that you.
Let's go make the seam first.
If I remember correctly.
I'm trying to remember. I think that if I remember right, Future Shock was using the Daggerfall engine, or the same engine that Daggerfall used, the X engine. And I remember it had fully 3D vehicles and things like that. I think the enemies were still sprite based, but I could be wrong on that. I'd have to look at it, but I'm sure.
I wouldn't swear on a Bible. So.
Okay, cool. And as far as your involvement, you left Bethesda after Daggerfall, and then you were a contract writer and quest designer. Is that pretty much accurate?
I was. I mean, certainly more for Morrowind than for any of the other games after that. Morrowind, I definitely wrote a bunch of books, and I was sort of independent, like a consultant. So
right.
Yeah. So when we wrote, I don't think that we ever ended up with a real Bible, which is ridiculous for a game with that much lore. When I left there, so it was
got summoned again.
A lot of things were in my head.
That's the same dude.
so
they've been going through here, clearing the zone.
They did Redguard.
Watch me get one shot by whatever.
Which,
oh my god, it's this guy again.
So they had already.
Oh my god!
One shot. Some new original lore.
I had the wrong spell equipped. I was gonna do something faster.
I did do some consulting, and then I did a lot of writing.
Oh well.
Great. All right. I think that clears it up pretty well. Let's see. So, first question is, Arena is.
I didn't expect to see it so fast.
Came out. I think it was about a year between Ultima Underworld and Arena, but it's quite often cited as the main inspiration. How much do you think the release of Ultima Underworld had on Arena's development?
I mean, I think it's impossible to overstate it. I mean, there's. I'm glad they didn't sue us. No, I mean, but I say it was a joke. I mean, they're still very different games, but I mean, I don't think that we would have, in a big picture, we would have thought of doing so many RPG, basically making it into an RPG, if that hadn't existed. That we had really had in mind an action
that
game.
will be the
just
UV
because we're
scene.
all RPG players.
We'll try not to make like a bunch of spirals, but I guess it's fine. It doesn't really matter.
Elements that you might sprinkle into that, but really playing, and it's both Ultima Underworld 1
go
and 2.
play with mommy for a bit.
I think both of those came out before Arena. I think
I gotta entertain my 2 viewers.
So both of those were, and honestly, I can't remember the big difference between the two of them, but I mean, everything from the interface. I mean, the paper doll.
You hungry?
The paper doll system.
Wait a second, I'm gonna go feed Chocho.
And like going back to what I was saying before about even having the idea of having an RPG with the first person point of view. I mean, there had been a lot of games with first person point of views up to them. I mean, obviously, the Wolfensteins and Doom was under development at about the same time, and we were getting regular uploads with what they were doing in that. I remember working on Terminator at the time and going like, oh no, like their levels are so much better than ours because they had a finished engine before. But just realizing that when you're a role-playing game player, how natural a first-person point of view is when you say, I am entering a role. I'm entering into a character that I've envisioned as a thief or a wizard or whatever. And I'm seeing the world through those eyes. It seems weird to think that way, but that was new. So it was the most natural thing in the world to say, okay, well, we can start moving things in that direction. Even from the design point of view, I think this was Ultima Underworld 2 had it was like the second level or something where you enter into this. It was kind of like a frozen pond, and they changed the way that the interface handled it, so everything was much exaggerated because you were basically sliding on the pond.
Yeah, I believe that was 2. Yeah.
And I think it was right around there that they had these headless ones who were much more powerful than you could be at that level,
Mm.
and they always kicked your ass, and you basically learned that you needed to stay away from them. Then later on, you revisited them, and you were powerful enough that you were beating them up, and it was so satisfying. So, for better or for worse, a lot of the idea that came from the early Elder Scrolls of having the possibility of running into some things that you really just have to run from was inspired by that, because we liked the evolution of you then having the satisfaction of kicking their ass later on.
Yeah, it's a sense of power, which I think that the earlier Elder Scrolls games
that's
did really well, where, you'd go into a dungeon, sometimes there would just be an insanely powerful monster, and you might not even have like an ebony weapon or a weapon or whatever, and you're just swiping and you can't do anything. So the idea that you'd have to like maybe retreat or, figure out your tactics. Like, believe it or not, I streamed, I think, Daggerfall a few weeks ago, and I ran into exactly that. I ran into some harpies or whatever, and I didn't have a dwarven weapon, so I had to like run and figure out some spells and stuff like that. And that sort of
and find some place where they're not hanging around to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think you're right about Ultima Underworld. I did a retrospective on Looking Glass Studios a couple years ago, and if I remember correctly, it was something like 9 months between the two. So, but after Ultima Underworld, which really redefined what it was to be an RPG in a lot of ways. I mean, it was fully 3D. There's sprite monsters and stuff like that, but fully 3D terrain in the age of the same year that Wolfenstein came out, which was
Age of
a
Sigmar.
2D game masquerading as a 3D game.
Yeah.
It was all one plane.
But they would call it a 2.5D.
Something like that. Yeah. Doom was the same way. Doom tricked you a little bit better at it. They had fake elevation, but it was all still one plane essentially.
Actually,
but it's very clever. They made it so you could run Doom on like, I think, a 386 or something like that. So it was very, very optimized. But
yep.
I think it was 9 months or whatever for Ultima Underworld 2, which is an insane that's an insane deadline for a really big, expansive, cutting edge game like that when you think about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's interesting. Okay, cool. So I remember, I think you mentioned Legends of Valor a lot. I've not played the game, but are there any other obscure games that we could look at for inspiration? Things that you've played that you've not quite seen again, or not quite captured that same element since?
Right. Well, I mean, I think that I referenced Legends of Valor at some point. I mean, I played the hell out of that game.
Right.
And I have a weird relationship with kind of bad games, where if there's something in them that I feel like needs to be dug up, like I tend not to have a lot of patience with like really flashy, the games that were that everyone likes and seem to be very well balanced and everything. I mean, the Legends of Valor was, and a little bit like the Ultima Underworld.
Oh, again.
It was not only
what is this?
First person point of view.
Hunter Day.
It took place in just a town, and
oh shit! Whoa.
But you were wandering all over, and it was. I mean, you basically imagine if Daggerfall just took place in Daggerfall, and but I mean, it was basically really the same size.
Got ganked by the NPCs.
Like it was a big town, but it wasn't, the size of Great Britain. And you just felt like there was always some mystery that you kind of needed to uncover. And again, the non-linearity of both of them were kind of like feeling like you could play it however you wanted to. It was, definitely inspirational. I'm trying to think of any obscure games that we were playing at the time. We were playing, and they're not obscure at all, but we were playing a lot of pen and paper role-playing games at the time. So I think that coupled with those particular games coming out with that sort of non-linearity and real, because of the point of view and perspective, immersive world that you were going into. But we started off playing a lot of Dungeons and Dragons. and then we kind of at one point switched into Vampire the Masquerade had just come out.
Right.
So that's really more Daggerfall than Arena, because that ended up causing us to change the kind of the whole character creation and character design system of saying, no, you don't level up in Dungeons and Dragons ways of collecting gold and killing monsters, but it's a skills based world, and the more like in the real world, the more you backstab someone, the better you get at backstabbing, or using the school of magic or whatever. So even though that's less of a high fantasy role playing game, that really influenced a lot of the direction, as well as in Daggerfall. We had vampires and we had vampire clans, and they had, depending on where you became a vampire, they had different, abilities. So that's a direct design change from it. But there was, philosophically, there was more of a change from that.
Yeah, it's cool. I love the lore in Vampire the Masquerade. I played it a bit over a couple of years, and I played all the computer game adaptations as well.
Right.
And it's a really amazing, like, I mean, they talk about Bible, like they talk about vampires' history through the Victorian Age, the Middle Ages, the Dark Ages, all the way back to biblical times, literally. And I think that was one of the best, probably the most fleshed out settings I've read is the Vampire the Masquerade setting. It's amazing.
Oh no,
really,
I mean, it managed to make sense in the world of, there was just enough, like, this could happen, like this could be, like, why they're vampires, but if they're that powerful, why do we know about them? And like, well, this is why, this is their history. Yeah, I mean, that's amazing world building, and the characters again are things that when we were playing it, you could say they figured out. Some people like to play. I know Julian would play a Tremere, the super logical, kind of wizardy ones. But we had ones. I mean, it'd be funny, like the characters who would want to, some big fat artist would want to play, the beautiful, vampire types, and you just go like, oh, it's you don't know whether it's role playing. You don't know whether it's a reflection of how you view yourself, or how you wish you were, or what your ultimate fantasy escape would be. I mean, that's the fun the fun aspect. And from my point of view as a game designer, I ran most of those campaigns, and it was interesting to go, how much information do you want to give people in order for them to kind of fill in the blanks and feel like they're going on their an adventure that makes sense for the kind of thing that's fun for them. Then obviously that's the advantage that a human, game runner, dungeon master or game, what storyteller, I think was what they called it in Vampire. Or
yeah, it was storyteller and vampire, dungeon master in D&D. But yeah, that mirrors a lot what Julian was saying last year when I interviewed him. Is that like a computer game is kind of like the worst game master you could ever have, because it's very linear, like it's very robotic. You either choose option A, B, or C. Like if there's no option 57 where you just say, screw this, I'm going to go do something completely different, and I think it kind of shows in, I think the kind of heart of tabletop games kind of show in Arena, and particularly Daggerfall, I think, where, the game does have a story and it does like lead you down, paths, but you can't just say, forget that, I'm going to just explore this town over here and rent a room. And it kind of has the freedom of it approaches the freedom of a tabletop game in ways that not many games nowadays do. And I think that's kind of what kind of gives it sort of an immortality in a way, is that it's more of a freeform game, almost like a fantasy sandbox or a fantasy life simulator, more than an RPG game, more so than a lot of other games these days, where they kind of narrow you down a certain path.
And I will say, obviously I agree with Julian's assessment, maybe not quite to the same degree, because I have played some bad tabletop RPGs, and ones where the dungeon master was really trying to push you away from exploring and kind of coming up with something new that he had to kind of make up on the fly. And I remember one time, and this was at Bethesda, that somebody else was running a campaign, and we created our characters and went through. I mean, creating characters, I just shouldn't take a whole lot of time because you should be, oh, I want to do the characters like this, and I have to, balance this with this and whatnot. And so you take all this time to create a character, and then we started playing it, and almost all of us realized within, I mean, charitably 30 minutes.
Like a service I do now for Elden Ring
all
players.
And the guy was like, "Oh, yeah," and I was like, "Yo, that's the module that like is the first module of Dungeons. Like we all know this one, so don't make up your own or come up with something else." But yeah, there are bad pen and paper role players. That's, I guess the only thing, my only comment on.
No, for sure. I think he was kind of making a point about it. Obviously I've played some absolutely awful RPGs in my day, tabletop RPGs, and DMs, they can vary from like every single, gold piece is accounted for and pre-written and detailed in the world to, hey, let's go on an adventure. I'll make up the character's name and the conversation on the fly. There's like the extreme either way. I personally kind of like somewhere in the middle where like you've written out a couple scenarios, a couple encounters maybe, but how those encounters arise or the context around them is more up to the players. That way you kind of give them a sense of freedom as well as
enough to buy
and there's a part where, like, for me it was always easiest where if we didn't do super marathon sessions, we would do, obviously we were doing this between
might be a bit too far
the crunch time of Arena and the crunch time of Daggerfall, so didn't have a huge amount of time to do huge marathon sessions anyhow, but it was, as someone running the campaign, useful to say we'll do an hour, 2 hours or something like that, and then break, and then I have an idea of where this is going, and I can prepare for the next one, and
yeah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, small chunks and some preparation. I mean, yeah, it really sucks to be stuck at some point and you have no idea what's going to happen. You just have to completely come up with something off the fly, and you don't remember a character's name, or you don't remember that they had an item that would totally undo this entire encounter or whatever. So yeah, there's lots of different philosophies on that. I like it somewhere in the middle where it's somewhat freeform, but also you have some preparation.
Well, I can't let this go completely without mentioning, as far as bad dungeon masters. The first time I ever played Dungeons and Dragons, my dad was the DM. Like, it was almost when Dungeons and Dragons first appeared, and so he read all the rule books and knew what he was supposed to do. And I got together with a couple of my other 10-year-old friends, or whatever age we were, and we created our characters. And we're wandering through the forest, and a elven archer shows up and kills all of us. And he's just like, well, that's how the dice turned out. And we're going like, okay, you're never playing with us again. Like, this, you're a terrible dungeon master. So.
Yeah, I mean, some people play it as they lie. There's the kind of notorious, I think they call it fudging or whatever, where it's like, I don't really want to do a TPK just yet, and so they're like, that wasn't a 20, that was a 15, things like that. But yeah, I find it kind of interesting.
Yeah. But that said, I'm sure people would say like they died early on in Arena, or they died early on in Daggerfall. So that's the equivalent. So it's ironic that I thought that was a terrible dungeon master, but people probably think that I did that.
No, I've gotten comments on my videos about people how they can't get out of Daggerfall's first dungeon. I'm like, okay, good luck. You can't beat that one.
I understand.
Yeah, totally. All right, so let's go to the next question here. We talked about some of the gameplay influences. How about some of the thematic influences? You're obviously a really avid writer and a reader as well. What are some of the books that probably seeded some ideas or inspired the Elder Scrolls, you think?
Well, certainly at the time that we were working on them, and I feel like I brought Julian into this, but it might have been the other way, or maybe we just came to it at the same time. For some reason, I was reading a lot of history and a lot of things about the Italian Renaissance and the Borgias and the Medicis, and then a lot of stuff about ancient Rome. I was reading Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, and watching things like there's a 1970s BBC series called I, Claudius. And really, especially on things like on Daggerfall, where it was all about the political machinations of who's going to be the king, and Wayrest was an area where there were, three royal children who were kind of battling with each other about who's going to be the heir of the kingdom, and what really happened behind the scenes of these battles and things like that. So there was a lot of, in terms of story and theme and whatnot, a lot of that in there. But I mean, you kind of pull inspiration from random places. There was, yeah, I mean, especially when I'm thinking of like short stories, because a lot of, a lot of the books that were in, there weren't any books in Arena, but a lot of the books in Daggerfall, we realized we wanted to kind of fill up, we had lots of bookshelves, and we wanted to say, oh, you can read them, and just whenever I had a downtime would say, oh, I can take this basic storyline and make it, this won't work as a quest, but maybe this would work as a as a book. So yeah, I think again, history, not a lot of fiction.
I read somewhere that Man in the Iron Mask had some influence on Daggerfall in particular. Is that
What is this Kamehameha? It's a Comet Azure.
There was the Prince. It was the Prince and Sentinel, who had been kind of imprisoned away. Honestly, I don't remember the complete details about that, but I remember that was kind of the storyline where that fell into play.
Okay, so that particular plot hook was inspired by that. Yeah, it's interesting. I actually watched Claudius a while back, I think like 10 years ago, and for like a uber low budget BBC production, it was actually really good. I mean, that had Derek Jacobi, Brian Blessed, and some really talented actors. But yeah, I can kind of see a lot of the
William Hurt.
Yeah, William Hurt. Yeah, for sure.
Was like the
Yeah. Oh God. Now I'm having flashbacks. No, he did that character very well.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that kind of
it was low budget. I mean, it would be hilarious where the people would, Caesar would turn to the side and say, "I will speak to the people," and blah blah blah, and then all of a sudden, like, you'd hear boo boo, and like tomatoes would come flying by, and you'd be like, "Oh, the people don't like that," and I mean, non-comedically, but you'd say, "Wait, nowadays you could just turn the camera and show some extras or CG characters."
Stock footage or whatever, yeah. But I remember one scene in particular, I think it's Claudius, he's actually like signing this important Roman document with a pencil, and I'm like, is that a pencil? It was just kind of knocked me out a little bit.
That's a pair I haven't caught, but yeah, that would be funny.
But no, this is a great show, and I can kind of see that kind of Roman intrigue where you've got Tiberius and Nero later on, and all those kind of people all vying for power. I can kind of see that. I think Daggerfall was definitely probably the most had the most intrigue of the games that I recall. It had a lot of interbattling. I mean, I didn't even realize how many factions and things that you guys put together in that game until I looked up a fan site where they listed like how this faction is associated with Rothgarian Mountains, and like they are allies with the knights, so and so, and with the Fighters Guild, and if you upset this guy, he's gonna influence the Fighters Guild, and they'll so you could have no idea why somebody hates you, but there's this whole huge machination of mechanics behind the scenes determining your reputations and stuff, and there's a whole lore behind it, which I find is really fascinating.
Well, I mean, we should have filled in more of those blanks.
Sure.
The idea was to tie those in and then make it into something that was not it doesn't have to be completely transparent that the reason why you hate you is blah blah blah, but it can't be completely based on logic that the player is never exposed to. So yeah, there's in between part. But even, I mean, there'd be, just talking about intrigue, obviously the main quest has a whole lot of intrigue, and so and so assassinated so and so, and so and so had an affair with so and so, and these people want to be heir, and but even things that would come outside of it. I mean, we wrote like I wrote the Wolf Queen story, and I think that, like, I can't remember what it's called, the history of the emperors or of Daggerfall or whatever, but I mean, that touched on, well, these were the kings and queens, and then this group died out for this reason or whatever. And it was fairly dry, but there was certainly there was supposed to be a hint of that type of intrigue, and when people are ruling over a gigantic empire, there is going to be a lot of backstabbing and manipulation.
Yeah, I think that was definitely it kind of created a sort of a gray morality in the universe, rather than just the goodly king tells you to do this mighty quest to defeat the demon Blah.
Right.
It's like that's had only been done a couple thousand times. It's like having some kind of is this guy trying to help me, or is he just going to stab me in the back later?
I could
Like
probably
that kind of
just duplicate the
obviously
side of
adds a
her.
lot more to the story, and kind of makes it more like a real world rather than just a binary of good and evil. But yeah, I mean, I think that Daggerfall in particular was very opaque in some cases where you had no idea why certain things were happening, but they did make sense if you understood the game, kind of almost reading it into how the game actually works, which you shouldn't have to. But I think now nowadays games have almost gotten too transparent.
Though.
Like if you've played have you played the Telltale games at all, where
Sure.
where like if you say something, it's like John didn't like that, or Sally hated that, or Sally will remember that. It's like a little bit too transparent.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think games that are a little bit too deep or too opaque, people can't quite read into why things are happening. Sure. So they kind of have to be a bit spoon-fed, but somewhere in the middle, I think, is pretty good.
Yeah.
Again,
I mean, the storyline.
this definitely is a service. This is like a draconic tree sentinel killing service.
Obviously, you know the history of Arena and how it changed from what it was originally conceived of, which was
please don't get the
aggro.
aggro.
An action game.
He dies so much faster. Oh, he's out of the beam now.
And there
See,
was so much
he nudged him out of the beam.
Tied into
now he's gonna get one shot. Well, nothing you can do about that.
Evil wizard.
Look at that. The host just went and killed himself.
You are the Emperor's champion. You must defeat the evil wizard.
What?
Because the idea was that as a straight action game, the wizard was a big bad that you fight at the end. So you just fight through a bunch of levels until you fight the evil wizard. And we changed a lot of that, and we got pretty good reviews for Arena. But one of the comments was, God, what a cliched story. And and as a writer, I hate that, like like everything about this except for the writing. And they're like, okay, well, I'm gonna double down and just like throw every super mixed up storyline into a pot, and now you're gonna love me.
Yeah, no, actually, now that I think about it, it's actually almost like old. Probably not by accident, more like an Ultima story where you've got your king. You got to save the king from some evil demon or wizard or whatever. I mean, you could at that point, not to denigrate your work. I think Arena was pretty great, and obviously it inspired a multi-billion-dollar franchise. So it was very impactful.
I'm not gonna trash it, but the storyline was not.
But I mean, you could practically swap it with Lord Britannia, instead of Septim, and you'd pretty much have an Ultima game. I mean, it was pretty much like that. But it's interesting how I think video game storytelling, as technology improved and as particularly RPGs and adventure games as they matured, stories got a lot more complicated. Like Daggerfall definitely got a lot more subtle, and there's more depth to each thing. Like the Emperor, you assume, is good, but he's also got like, hey, if you could grab that letter that I sent to the Queen, like there's a little bit, there's more angles you could look at it. Maybe the Emperor had something to do with his death, or maybe they were, had something going on there. I immediately got that as soon as I booted up Daggerfall, which I think was kind of a sign. I think Daggerfall, along with some other really good games around that time, definitely helped mature storytelling in games.
That actor. I so many people have asked me who that actor was who did. I mean, I wrote the script for that opening scene, and kind of suggested how it should be delivered, but he nailed it. I mean, especially considering he was some guy who was doing. This was at the time that Bethesda had bought a company on the West Coast who had done a game called Necropolis, but they had all of the technology to basically do those those type of cutscenes, and and the guy who plays Okado, the battle mage in the background, was one of the programmers there.
That's funny.
But they found the guy, this guy to play the Emperor, and obviously later on he's played by Patrick Stewart. So
Right.
not bad for this guy to kind of originate a role that later on, Sir Patrick Stewart is playing.
No, I think it's great. I from what I've read, he was like a local theatrical actor or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's accurate, but yeah, I think he did. I think he aced it. I think he had the right look and everything, and he kind of has that sort of stagely, kind of like Icladus, as we're talking about, kind of that stagely sort of, Brian Blessed, Derek Jacobi sort of classically trained kind of look to it. And I think, honestly, I think that that opening was probably, it's short. It got you into it. It was like, if you probably turn the lights on, it looked kind of campy, but it was just dark enough. It was just kind of gloomy enough. It was just brief enough to really be really impactful. And I think it's probably the best opening of all of the series. It just had, the best kind of opening, I think, is to start with a really big mystery.
Yeah.
I think that kind of nailed it. Arena kind of told you the whole deal from the beginning.
And I think it was really texty. I feel like I watched a video. I haven't played Arena in a long time, but I feel like there was a lot of text, that you had to wade through in order to figure out what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think the beginning part was pretty much all text, and then you had a voiceover with the vision of the woman who's telling you things like that. But it's like 50-50.
Right.
But yeah, obviously as technology improves and you could have like CD-ROMs and stuff, you can actually afford to have audio on your games and not completely run out of hard drive space. But
remember, we were doing all of these were like floppy disks. Like the Arena was released on floppy disks, and later on there was an Arena CD-ROM version. And at the time, I remember debating whether or not CD-ROMs were. I honestly don't remember what side of the debate I was on. Although I feel like I remember Julian saying like, why do you need that much stuff on a CD-ROM? And then this came out, so like, oh, okay, well, so.
We should have bet on zip drives. That was the future. I mean,
absolutely. And that the when you're talking about people who played roles of the woman whose name just escaped me, who's the character in Arena, who's kind of guiding you through. Jagger Thorne's assistant.
Yeah, it's escaping me too. I'm trying to remember it. I'm sure I could probably pull it up in the.
But she was one of the programmers on Arena also.
Rhea Silmain?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, she was one of the programmers on Arena. So again,
that's
grabbing who was around.
Yeah, it was a really common thing actually. I remember System Shock, I believe, like half of the. That was the game that actually introduced what was now become a staple of games, which is like the audio logs. That game kind of originated that, and I think most of those actors were just programmers and.
So that was Looking Glass again.
Yeah, it was Looking Glass again. Yeah.
Yep.
Great. Yeah, really influential studio. They didn't really get the success themselves, but almost every game you see now has something they borrowed from those games essentially.
Life isn't fair.
No. Well, they're doing a new Ultima. Did you hear about that with Paul Neurath? He actually, he got the rights to Underworld, not Ultima Underworld, but Underworld, which I'm surprised he got that from EA after all this time. I'm really surprised, but yeah, that's looking up. I think that's being released this year, so we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah.
So
fingers crossed for sure.
For sure. All right, so let me go to the next one. Let's see. So this is a while ago, but I remember there's an anecdote in one of your interviews that you mentioned where you were at Surtech with the Wizardry team. I think it was Wizardry 7, maybe 6 or 7. I'm not sure which. And you were mentioning what you're trying to do with Arena, and now it's gonna be a big open world and cities and multiple nations and tons of dungeons and stuff like that. Like, and one of the I don't necessarily want to bring the person's name out, but one of the people working on Wizardry like laughed at the idea, literally, I guess. I was curious if you ever talked to that person again, or if you feel that the success of Arena and then Daggerfall and those kind of open world RPGs that came after that, do you think that kind of effectively put a halt on games like Wizardry and I think Ultima? Yeah, they both experienced like at least a 5 or more years of kind of slowdown and eventually kind of died out as well. Do you think they had an impact on those games?
Well, I mean, again, like that specific anecdote, uh, which was funny, and I actually have yeah, the people who did who I had the conversation with are continue to be friends of mine.
Mhm.
So it's not it wasn't a it was a laugh, but it wasn't a mean type of thing.
Right.
But they knew better than we did. We came into RPGs, even though we had made games before. We came into them as fans and didn't really know what we were getting ourselves in for. So they were the wise veteran talking to like the eager recruit who's going like, oh, I'm one of you now, and this is what I'm going to do, and this is what I'm going to do, and this is what I'm going to do, and they're just like, you're, good luck to you. Like,
Yeah.
there's no way. Um, but as far as I mean, there certainly was never an intention. I mean, we didn't make Elder Scrolls in a reaction either really for or against Wizardry and Ultima. I mean, those games were doing well at the time. Probably say more Wizardry than Ultima. I mean, Ultima, at least I always think of it. I mean, I think there were some first person Ultimas too, right? Or were they all?
I think Underworld was the only first person Ultima. I think they always stayed third person.
Yeah,
They
maybe.
did.
Yeah,
I think the last one, Ultima 9, I believe it was. That was fully 3D third person.
right.
And Ultima Online was isometric actually, but those are
Oh
very
yeah,
successful.
yeah.
But I think,
But the isometric thing, I mean, that's you played that because that's what you had,
mm,
and it wasn't until Underworld came out that you went, oh, this perspective makes more sense for it. I feel like the
Yeah,
last
I should just
Wizardry
like,
ones
man,
were also from a first person point of view, but it was a party, so there'd be
I'm just gonna delete like
alongside,
all
so
of
it'd be
this.
this
This is
weird
stupid.
like whatever eight
Well,
person point of view
maybe I
where it'd
can
be a
fix
first
it, but
person,
it
but
just,
all eight of you were
man,
were
that's
checking it out at the same
what a
time.
waste of time.
Um,
This,
and
yeah, this is fucking delete
I
it
mean,
all.
there are things that we really wanted to do between Arena and Wizardry, still related to
Oh, I guess summon this
between
hunter.
Arena and Daggerfall, still related to Wizardry.
We have
That
a bonfire duelist.
and I'm not going
Do
to
we
get
help them
these
or do
right,
we
but
not help them?
between two of the
That is
last
the
ones,
question.
you could save a file off, and that was your character file, and then you loaded up the sequel,
Vader
and your
defeated.
character kind of continued their
Okay.
adventure. And that seemed like, that is very tabletop RPG, where you go, all right, my characters are going to play through this module. All right, now we're 8th level. We toss that
Okay,
aside, pick up
let's just
the
let's
module for
not copy
the
and
next
like
one and play that
just
through. So I
dumb.
remember we encouraged our fan. Like I think there was probably a file that you could save on Arena that would save out your character's data. But really, when we changed over how characters are generated and it's a skill system, that wasn't really tenable. And we tried to say like, okay, well maybe the characters will be translated in this way. And then after a while, we just had to. And I remember we had to nuts. This is obviously pre, World Wide Web days when on the various message boards. The update on Daggerfall is that you're not going to be able to port your characters over, and there was definitely reaction. But I like, from my point of view, as being someone that thought that was really an important feature, I thought they'd just like they'd crucify us, and they didn't. So I think there's a part where probably I was with the fans of Wizardry um, who were maybe not dying out, but on the way. I mean, there are other features like I think in both Pro Ultimate and Wizardry that you would do things like you'd have your and it goes back to the pen and paper days where you'd have on the side your graph paper where you'd be marking, figuring out your dungeon as you're going through it.
yeah.
And we felt like we were. People criticized later Elder Scrolls as being kind of getting too mainstream or whatever, but we thought we were getting super mainstream by like giving you a map. you wouldn't have like, imagine if you had to play Arena or Daggerfall and not having it like an auto-generated map on there. It's like, oh, you're lost. Well, you should have been making a map this whole time. Like that was the attitude of designers towards players.
Yeah, I remember back when games came with boxes, and at the end of every manual, there'd be like 8 pages of notes where you could just write down notes and stuff like that. And And earlier adventure games and stuff, you totally had to. You had to write down, okay,
Yep.
well, I took a left turn here and a right turn there, and I went forward, and then I pulled the switch, and that's the solution or whatever. But nowadays, like, some games literally have like a reminder just on your screen at all times, push this button, or talk to this man. It's like
Yep.
it remembers for you, and I guess it's kind of to be expected in a world where we all have cell phones, that tell us what to do at any point in time. But it is kind of take away a little bit of the, like, I know there's definitely people who would get completely lost and without that kind of navigation, but it does kind of take away a little bit of the I figured this out. It doesn't really feel like you figured it out when you're just told.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to the pen and paper role players, because that's how you would do it, is be mapping out your dungeon as you go. Like, I guess you remember the early Dungeons and Dragons, and as a dungeon master, I kind of steered away from this. Eventually, where it was like, because there's a part where it just slows down action. If you're just like, all right, I went 10 meters ahead, well, I guess fill in this square over here. Hold on, my pencil broke, and that's just like death. But yeah, I remember watching, and this is a little bit off the subject of the map thing, but I saw some time ago a walkthrough for, maybe it was a walkthrough. I think it was it's just like a modern. I think when Arena became freeware, I watched something where somebody was reviewing it, and I forget, and I think this has probably changed. I haven't played the last couple editions of Dungeons and Dragons, but certainly in the early stages, AC, armor class was the higher the worst, and which is
THAC0.
But it's counterintuitive if you're just thinking higher numbers are better. So the guy was going over and like dropping on a helmet and all these things, and like, why is my armor class getting worse? and you just want to talk to the screen and say, I'm sorry, back in the 1970s, there was some logic behind it, but then we brought it 20 years forward. People have figured it out since then.
Yeah, I remember I kind of got into D&D backwards. I played some of the computer games first, and then got into the tabletop games later. But some of the early ones were very much true to the old school. I think there was D&D, then there's Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. A lot of games were based on the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, where they had THAC0, to hit AC 0, I believe that's what it stood for.
Yep.
And then there was the, obviously the D system, where like, I was super confused as a kid. Like, I got this sword and it's like 1d8, and I'm like, what does that mean? Is it 1 to 8? Yep. Or now I know, what that means now, because I've played tons of games like that. But it definitely, they definitely kind of simplified and kind of made it more straightforward. And from a computer standpoint, it makes more sense to tell you 5 to 20 damage rather than 46 or whatever the translation of that is.
Sure.
But yeah, I could definitely see the whole backwards thing. It's like, but I put on armor. Why is my THAC0 lower now or whatever?
So. Right. No. It's improvement, and you want to shout to the screen. Well, that's good, but.
Yeah. Yeah, systems
I can't remember what this was in regards to. We were talking about kind of the decline of some of the old school RPGs and the rise of other ones. I mean, again, obviously, we had a ton of respect for those who came before us, and I remember there was, and I don't remember who won it. The same year that Arena came out, there was a wizardry game that came out, and there was we were at some conference and we were at tables next to each other, and they were talking about what the role-playing game of the year was, and somebody else won it. We both like looked at each other with solidarity, like, we made real role-playing games, and whoever they were. So
yeah, I know Arena at least won one. I think it was Computer Gaming World, but back then there wasn't. Now, I mean, a game can win like 200 Game of the Year awards from different outlets, whatever. It's like ridiculous. But back then, it's like there was a few, and they were more selective, and they were more niche driven, like,
Sure. So
it wasn't. It's still kind of a make believe award for the most part. It's just like whatever they pick for the time. But it's still definitely feather in cap, because there wasn't that many Game of the Year awards back then.
Yep.
I remember. I think. The Julian or something else I read.
thought it was cute.
A lot of games, like you said, Wizardry, and I think Dungeon Master, the game, and Might and Magic. Those were the kind of where you go through a dungeon, you can turn left, you can turn right, you can go forward, and they had like four party characters, whatever, on the side. Wasn't at one point?
Hi, I'm
probably
back. I'm
early
dead.
Prototype. Wasn't Arena going to have a party? in your on your screen. Yeah. So it was going to be similar to that.
How's it going?
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. We're there certainly wasn't any attempt to like we'll bury those. We have a completely different idea. It really is. It's a mixed match of different game ideas, and I mean, it always felt weird just having a couple of and you felt like all of these characters on the screen are really versions of yourself. So there's like, okay, well, this guy who's over here is the projectile guy, and the guy who's over on this side of the screen is your brawn fighter, and you're like, well, can we just mix all of these different ones and have it just be the one guy? Like, well, you're not really getting a party is a fun thing to play in a pen and paper role playing game because you've got your buddy over there who's who's playing the fighter, and you're discussing with him strategies, and like, you do this while I'll do that, and
Oh,
it makes sense on that
Divine Tower of
on that
Cade.
level. And obviously moving into multiplayer role
It's
playing
friend
games.
again.
But yeah, as a single player role playing game, it really should just be a single
We've
player.
partied
single
with
role.
this person before.
Yeah, I mean, there's some people who love the micromanagement and stuff like that, and there's obviously some really great tactical games, like XCOM and whatnot.
Got
But
invaded.
in terms of
already.
role playing, it is a little bit. Sometimes it's just so much micromanagement when you have to order a whole squad around, especially in real time. Like you're clicking this guy, it's like cast a spell, attack, shoot an arrow. It does get kind of a lot. And so if you're just focusing on more of an immersive experience, and I agree, I prefer a single character as well.
Right, stay back over here.
And you mentioned XCOM. I mean, that's a
target.
semi role. I mean, there's role playing elements in that as well. But yeah, if you're going to embrace that element of it, then it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, one of my favorites is Fallout, actually, which took it looks like XCOM on its surface, and I think they mirrored the XCOM, pretty much matched the XCOM look and kind of a lot of the rules and things like that.
Oh my god, I'm gonna actually dive.
Oh my god! They based the rules on that. But what was cool about that is you still played a solo character, even when
Okay, the lag is so bad that
AI, so
the elevator's there for
still
them,
kind
but
of
not
felt
for
like
me.
You had other players, so to speak, because they would do their own thing. Sometimes for better or
That
worse.
was
Sometimes
hilarious. They're
shoot
like
you in the back
walking
accidentally
onto
because they have
thin
bad
air.
accuracy or whatever. But that kind of created an interesting mix of solo play plus other characters.
Oh my
But,
god, the
yeah, I mean,
lag.
there's so many ways you can do it.
So
I always
much
preferred solo or AI party members, but there's been tons of really good games like Baldur's Gate, for example. You had a whole party, but that made more sense because you were looking down at them. I think the first person where everybody's all kind of like in one. Like I kind of almost imagine them as like a big gelatinous cube of people, just kind of like moving from square to square.
Yeah, absolutely.
Never really made sense to me, but all right, let's get to the next question here.
We got a few souls though. I think maybe the invader
this is actually
died.
a friend of mine had this question who really loves your work. Was let me get this pronunciation right. Shegorath, a author insert.
Well, I've heard the name pronounced different ways, but originally because
Shegorath.
Well, because my name is Ted.
Right.
Full name Theodore, and when we were kind of creating character names, she, Dor, Gorath. So Sheogorath was sort of how I pronounce it, but I've heard it's obviously has a kind of a Lovecraftian, Shigarath, aspect to it. But yeah, I mean, there's a part where you do a lot of author insert, and it really wasn't my first one. In Arena, there were a lot of riddles as you go. I think every one of the main dungeons might have had a riddle or something you had to input on your keyboard, and there was a puzzle in one of the later dungeons where you get to a fountain, and there's a reference to who the architect was, and then later on, when you get to the end, it says, "I am the architect of this hell. Who am I?" And it's a non-riddle. It's just, did you explore enough of the dungeon that you found where the author basically signed their name, and the author's name was Theodorus, and so I created that one. So there's a part where as you're creating these ones, and you're just trying to come up with, you've been working 18 hours that day, and you're trying to come up with what is the person going to have to input at this point? Well, hell, I'm just going to put in my name. That's what they're going to figure out. So yeah, I mean, obviously we did a lot of naming the Adra and Daedra after people were involved in the project in one way or another. So it'd be I think Julian talked about Julianos, and we had our beta testers that we called our council of wisdom, who
Hey,
weren't paid, and so they
cool.
they got immortalized as characters in lore, and I put in myself. So I don't remember anything specific. The question was about what he imprint or.
Was it an author insert? Like, was it kind of your way of speaking to the player directly, almost like a semi fourth wall? Like, what? It was based on your name, but was it kind of like your way to kind of speak to the player directly? It's kind of. It seemed like it almost started out as like an Easter egg, right? Almost like because it's based on your name and you figured out that particular maze.
He's not an Easter egg. He's in Daggerfall. He is. Well, first of all, I don't think he was in Arena, right? I think he came about.
I'm not a lore beard, so I couldn't say for sure, but specifically the question was about Daggerfall, yeah.
There weren't Daedra in Arena. We had demons, and that was again one of the moves away in terms of lore from the cliched good versus evil, evil wizard stuff of Arena to something where we're going like, okay, well we don't want to make everything like we want to have some things that are big, scary, powerful. They don't mean they mean you harm creatures out there. But when we wanted to say that I'm not going to say devil, I'm not going to say demon. Well, what's something? It has to begin with a D, so it's going to be, the Daedra, and then we decided to make kind of Daedra of different kind of unpleasant things, and there was a Daedra of madness, and that was where I decided I belonged. So.
Okay.
But I don't remember. He's not an Easter egg because he's at the very end of the game. You go to the Mental Crux, and he's there. So it's
yeah, no. Sheogorath is canon and everything like that. But I was referencing your quest you were describing in Arena. So that sounded kind of like an Easter egg, where you just kind of hid your name in there. Was that an actual quest in Arena that you were talking about, where you get to?
Oh yeah, no, it was a main quest. I didn't hide myself very well in either one of the games. It's definitely.
Should have this sword.
I'm not. Yeah.
Overworld
right
stuff.
There. Oh no, that's fine. I was just curious if that was like if you kind of based Sheogorath. Is that how you say it?
I don't even know. However they say it in the most recent games. I always called it Sheogorath, but
Sheogorath. Okay. Well, I mean, you created him, so you get to decide it. Yeah, it's one of those things where there's like no proper way to say it. Was that kind of? The question was again. This is my friend's question, really. So he'd probably have a better answer.
5.4 added.
Was it like an author insert, kind of like your way? Were you kind of inserting yourself in there as a character? Or was it just a completely lore-based character that you just happen to name yourself after?
Is that like for animations?
No, I mean, I think that there's. Yeah, I mean, it can't be coincidental that, Julian, based on his personality, is the god of, logic, and me, based on my personality, is the god of madness. So, I mean, I think that there's a part where, as we're working on the game, there's a natural yin and yang, and that type of aspect, and Julian didn't write it, so there wasn't any part where Julianus came and talked to you. So that was certainly my decision to like the madness of the storyline of Arena really needed to have a madman who sort of narrate.
No, it's one of the most popular Daedra princes, I believe. It's definitely. I mean, they made. Later on, they made a whole, that's a future question, they made a whole expansion about him, so, I mean, he's obviously popular. Alright, so next one. So let's see. So yeah, this one's, basically, from what I've seen, obviously, it's some of the groundwork in Arena, but in a lot of ways, the lore of the Elder Scrolls kind of written backwards, where you just kind of, like, named things. Like, even, I believe it was you that said where, you mentioned, or somebody mentioned, where basically Arena was like the name of the game, even after it stopped being about arenas.
Right.
And so you kind of either you or VJ wrote in the blurb about like how the Tamriel is known as Arena, and I think VJ just kind of pulled out of his hat. It's also called, this is the Elder Scrolls, basically, like as a prefix. So a lot of these ideas, as good as ideas as they were kind of just kind of thrown together, and then over time they're fleshed out. What do you think the biggest challenges you had with world building and creating a completely new setting were in regards to that?
I mean, there certainly were challenges, but the advantage of being involved most strongly in the first two Elder Scrolls games is that we were creating it and we didn't have to worry about contradicting anything. So there's a part where, Elder Scrolls Online, I have a lot of respect for the fact that they will dive into the lore and try to dig things out and make sense of them, and try to make those into reality, because we really had. I definitely remember the time where we brought in the map of Tamriel, and like it was huge. But it wasn't digital. It was a physical, paper map that was the size of like 2 desks that we put on the table and just started kind of filling in the blanks and saying like, well, I like this name on this for this place, and naming what the seas were going to be, and like figure just and it wasn't just one person. I mean, it was I know that obviously VJ and I were involved in it probably the most, being the designers at the time, but I almost like my way of imagining it was there was a little bit like it was like a birthday card that was going around the office, where when somebody would come into the office, you were just like, oh, I'm going to name this little town over here, and go from that. So, and there are names that have survived that I all kind of like shudder, going like, oh, I think that was kind of a placeholder name at the time. So I mean, creating the world of Tamriel in the beginning, and the good thing was that in Arena we didn't have books. We had a bunch of place names. We had a bunch of kings. We had random dungeons, but we would create names of things that later on got background. So like the Under King was mentioned in Arena, that he was, but it was a random thing where it'd be going, like a king would send you on a quest and say, I need you to go retrieve the sword from this dungeon. Be careful, agents of the Underking will undoubtedly try to stop you. And we had a list of, if the Underking is the one who's trying to stop you, then skeletons and zombies and like these are the ones will be generated to try to stop you, because we had a general idea that the Underking was all about undead things. And then we had another one was the necromancers, and the blades were all about be more straight ahead swordsmen. Like, so the blades were, a lot of the factions were introduced in Arena, but they were these general concepts of antagonists, of people who might fight against you. And so and then when we came to Daggerfall, we said, okay, well, somebody who's working for the Emperor is going to be your first contact. Well, she's part of the Blades. Who are the Blades really? Well, the Blades are the agents of the Emperor. And then we're going to bring in all these factions and kind of start to explain them. So my most involvement in the series was as the person who helped to put down the very broad strokes and then helped to start to explain those broad strokes. And then future people had to, in ways that I could agree with or not disagree with, but in some way further refine those elements, which is a challenge. If I mean, when it's a single person world building, whether it's Tolkien or
getting
J.K.
a bit
Rowling
slow.
or whatever,
Let's save it.
it's
Restart
impressive.
Moto.
It's impressive on one hand that they will just
It's a
do this
system
on
that
their
blends
own. And
one
just like,
pose of the
sail
animation
down the world and figure out,
to
okay,
the
well, this is the
other
kingdom,
most
and this is
similar
the background,
pose
and this
of
is its
another
history, and
animation.
this is who's in charge of it now, and this is what his problems are, and like all of that stuff, which is really fun to just like
But
leave
don't
the
we already
world,
have
the
that?
real world behind you, and think about
Have that
this
with
other
like
place.
animation trees?
But it's all on you also. So,
Yeah.
when it's part of a team and somebody's coming along with a different idea and it's kind of evolving on that, then that's also fun with a different challenge.
Yeah, no, I definitely can kind of see that. It's also, you also had the disadvantage against somebody like J.K. Rowling, where you didn't have like 4 years to write a book. You were also had to make it a living, breathing world that you could actually interact with too, like a game. So
Yeah.
you're wearing multiple hats there. It's interesting how you said that some of the names and things like that are in the Tamriel were kind of almost like you said a birthday card everybody signed on. I was curious. I just as I was researching locations because I now live on the East Coast, but I'm not really familiar with New England that much. So I was looking through there and I'm like, hey, wait a second. Isn't there a place called Somerset just below Bethesda? So was that Somerset?
Somerset? Well, there's a Somerset in England. It's one of the counties of England, and I'm not going to try to do the accent, but they have a really funny, distinctive accent. But they're kind of in the southeast of England, so there's a lot of English. I mean, I was English major, and when I think of high fantasy,
Oh,
King
much
Arthur
better.
and all of that come immediately to mind. When you're talking earlier about influences,
I get rid of this
um,
one.
Marion Zimmer Bradley's The Mists of Avalon is
And this one as
was
well.
definitely something that I know that Julian, VJ, and I had all read previously, but it was something that was something we always discussed as something we thought was awesome. So I think that there's Somerset. I'm fairly sure we were basing that on the English rather than the Bethesda located one.
Okay, yeah, I was curious because just south of Bethesda, there's a county I think or something like that called Somerset. And I was curious if that's where it came from, and I think it's kind of been I think it's kind of been outed now. But did you or one of the guys was Skyrim a pun of Middle Earth, Sky Middle Rim, or Sky Earth Rim Middle? It was kind of like the opposite.
I wasn't the one who named it. So I like it. I think that's we certainly did puns otherwise when we had elsewhere as being theoretically kind of a stand-in one. We were like, all right, we haven't named this province yet. Well, that's elsewhere. So
No, it's great. It's actually some of my favorite names in the lore. Actually, was elsewhere, and Skyrim just rolls off the tongue. I saw it was kind of funny. If you break the words down, it actually is literally the opposite of Middle Earth. So I thought that somebody had a clever idea there.
yeah, that wasn't me, but I like it.
No, it's great. All right, so I think we pretty much already talked about this. How pen and paper RPGs were, how they influenced the game. You kind of would play it in between game design, and was there anything else about that? I think we pretty much covered that, didn't we?
Well, I mean, there's parts, and I think you talked about this with Julian, or maybe not. I remember because I think that he didn't remember any direct adventures or things that we kind of used in creating it, but and we didn't really. I wouldn't say we like played Arena or
It
Daggerfall
automatically
like
searches
as an
the
RPG.
animation
It was
library
really
and
more
blends
of
them.
a lot of the things that we did in RPGs ended up just being part of the lore of that. And like he would, the Durrani family in Daggerfall, which is Durrani is the one who had the affair with
Sounds
with
pretty
the king,
useful.
and it was the sorceress on the island of Belfiera. That he had a Durrani family in his RPGs that a lot of things were centered around, and I think it was Venus Galarian, the original Mages Guild guy, was a character of VJ's. So we would do the geeky thing and immortalize our pen and paper role playing games, heroes as in our own games.
So it wasn't so much like you created Tamriel as your campaign setting while you were DMing. It was more like cameos and little things influencing back and forth, so to speak.
Well, there was a little bit because we and I think I think this was in your interview that Julian didn't remember he ran the campaign in Dungeons and Dragons, which was all about someone called the Comoran Usurper, who had come up, and it was set in High Rock, and the idea was that this was we historically in-game lore. This happened
Oh,
in the
wrong
past,
place.
but there was a guy who basically came up from, I guess, the south and kind of swept over Tamriel and was conquering everything until he was stopped by a brave band of people in High Rock who had bound together. And I don't know if I gave any particular names in describing that. I don't think we played that campaign to the fruition by the time I had to write the stuff on Daggerfall. So I think I just kind of filled in the blanks and said, well, we won. And anyhow, moving on.
So that kind of helped it influence the history and things like that a little bit. Yeah, that's.
And some of the town names, I think we filled in those these being towns that we visited in Oregon. But I don't remember if our characters actually made it into the lore so much. But the Comoran Usurper is in the lore, and then Camorra. Actually, a lot of that, just based on that name, you're like, well, what is a Comoran Usurper? And I don't think that we filled in all of those blanks in Daggerfall, but
that's fine.
Came to be filled in later on.
Yeah, it's interesting
how
that's
spiraling.
Yeah, it is kind of cool how the guys at ESO and I'm trying to remember his name now. The
Michael Kirkbride.
Well, Michael Kirkbride worked on Mormon, a little bit of Oblivion, but the guy Lawrence Schick is the guy who's now doing ESO, who's not part of Bethesda, but is kind of he's like the lore master of ESO now. And I noticed little things from like Daggerfall and Arena pop up in that game, and it's cool to see them. I don't think they really work within the context of the MMO because like you were the chosen one as well as these 1,000 other guys as well. But it is cool that they kind of go back and pick apart little things of the earlier games and bring it forward. Like they brought the big golem, the Numidium and stuff like that. They put that in the game and things like that. So it is cool. But yeah, it's obviously it's no comparison. It's not fair to compare a very small team in like 1994 or whatever putting together an RPG compared to 20 plus years of people, like a whole team, building little tiny compartments of lore based on that. I mean, obviously the more time you sit on something and the more times you have to write little aspects, it's going to be more fleshed out just from the amount of man hours that go into it.
Sure. And it goes both ways, because there's a part where there's a whole lot of stuff that we did in the first Elder Scrolls game because we didn't have a lot of time, we didn't have a lot of budget, we didn't have a lot of people who are also looking over our shoulders. So we could, hey, we're going to have bare-breasted women as you walk into this room, and there was never a discussion that maybe we shouldn't. or just like, well, that's the type of world that's going to be, and there's no market research that says for this reason. I mean, the ESRB hadn't come out yet, so there wasn't a part where they go like, oh well, this will knock our rating into this category. Remember the first time the ESRB came about, it was while we were working on Daggerfall, and there was a question on it because they just wanted to figure out what the rating of it is. Like, can you kill innocent people? Yes. Can you get rewarded for killing innocent people? Yes. And I was I felt like I was bragging, like, yeah, this is an awesome game. And look at all because you can do all of these things. And the other thing is like, oh well, you're like rated XXX. Oh wait, no, that never mind. I guess that's probably bad. So like, let me take it back and kind of refigure that. So
yeah, I saw somebody on Twitter shared something where at one point Daggerfall was in like the top 10 most I forgot what the word they used, but like the most mature and inappropriate games on existence. And I'm like, oh, really? It's like,
yeah,
it's funny how there was such a knee-jerk reaction. I mean, there was a lot of things going on at the time as well, but
imagine that Daggerfall.
That was announced in the Senate. Like,
imagine getting aroused at
Senator
pixels,
Lieberman,
like literal
was vice
pixels.
president, denounced it as the equivalent of digital coal in your stockings.
Wow.
I'm sure he didn't play it.
Yeah, well, like I said, maybe it sold a few copies.
Okay,
the
thanks,
things that are
Rusty.
edgy
Check it out when
and
I have time.
that's too mature. I better try it out.
But remember, we were playing Vampire the Masquerade at the time, so like we were into kind of sexy goth stuff.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, some
a
of it actually
hunter.
makes sense. I mean, there's a certain amount of censorship that you can kind of work around and be clever
How
about.
do I hear an
There's a
eagle in
famous
the
way that I
distance?
think Red Dwarf, if you've watched that show or read that book, like
Sure.
they came up with their own swear word, so they could swear all the time. You know, things like that are kind of clever.
I think
but
it's Shirlene
at the
watching
same
like
time, like maybe Debella, in the
Instagram
Debella
or
religion,
something.
maybe it should make
She's
sense that
like-
everybody's naked. Who knows? You know, it's like
Yeah.
sometimes
Yeah.
it makes sense, but yeah, obviously that wouldn't have been done today because ESRB would be probably adults only or something like that. So, but yeah, that's really interesting. All right, so next one. I thought this was kind of interesting. I've been replaying. I did a 78-minute documentary on Elder Scrolls a couple months ago. And during
let's
that,
try
I
to
was
get rid of
playing
this
all the
weird-
games from the very beginning all the way to now.
Weird
And I
spiraling,
noticed
actually.
this. Basically, I noticed that there's like a kind of an algorithm for the quests, like randomized quests where like, you must meet X at Y within Z time or, W or whatever. Was it a challenge for you to write compelling quests that way? Or do you think that's kind of a dated way of doing that and we should just do tailored quests? Or what are your thoughts on that?
I think, well, I mean, there's certainly a part where it was the most efficient way for us to do a game in that amount
It
of time.
doesn't matter
with
too
just
much
use
what
a
the
team of our
geometry here looks
size.
like.
And
Although, if I do have modifiers,
the argument, I can immediately also
Morphar, I guess I probably
I'll do
should
the opposite
make it so
argument. But
it's
the
easily
argument in favor of
morphable.
that is, certainly there's a limited number of stories out there anyhow. So there's a part where, you can break down all your favorite movies, all your favorite books by being, well, this is an escort quest, or this is, a slay the big bad quest, or a lot of them, it's the details that end up making, we were talking about J.K. Rowling, something more than it basically ends up being Harry Potter against the big bad, at the end with 9 books later. So all those things, you can. A story can be really simple, and what the quest is can be really simple. But I don't think that it's terrible to have some procedurally generated.
You know what?
I
This
think
actually
if
should
you
be a
spend
spiral
enough time
because
with
the
procedural
high poly is a spiral.
generation, like the
So this is
lines
actually
should
fine.
blur,
Yeah, what's up?
and
Wow!
it should be procedurally generated based on what
You look like
the
a princess
player
from Star
likes to
Wars.
do and what the player
You
is
look like a
playing as.
princess
I
from
think that
Star Wars.
actually,
You don't know what
I
Star
can
Wars
imagine a
is?
future which is a blend
Yeah.
of
You look like a princess from
you
Star
know,
Wars. Yeah. Yeah.
creative input from writers and graphic artists and whatnot, doing their own vision, but letting the player be another
Yeah.
party in
I got some
the creation of this.
stinky gamer hands
Um,
right now. I need
but
to
there
wipe
is a
the
part where
grease off my keyboard.
The reality is you do that because you want to have enough gameplay and enough things that players can do to get gold and get weapons and whatnot. And it does break the wall a little bit when you hear the same dialogue over and over again that says, "Greetings, so and so. I need you to kill a fill in the blank here." And you want to add a little personality, but as soon as you add some personality to what the guy's doing, then it becomes even more transparent that this is the 17th time that you've heard someone make that same joke. So yeah, it's what we had to do. I think that I think that you can it can be done better. And I think there's something to be said for a world where everything is much more crafted around there, but it doesn't also have the same shelf life. That after a while you go like, oh, okay, I've played the same thing over and over again. So
Yeah, I guess it all depends on how much work I guess you put into it. I mean, like if you have 10 finite quests, 10 finite tailored quests versus 100 randomly generated ones, I mean, you may start to see the pattern. So either one will be repetitive, either run out of quests or you'll run out of unique quests, so I guess it's just however you want to spend your time on it. But I think Julian mentioned a similar thing with terrain and random procedurally generated terrain. Like if you make enough tiles and enough unique things to populate it, it'll fool you much further. But it just all depends on how many, Lego pieces you have to fit that together, narratively, or, as far as the environment's concerned. But it's interesting. So I read that you'd talked about this briefly before. I've kind of felt it as well, where a lot of modern mainstream gaming audience basically can't see past graphics or presentation. So a lot of like less ideally presented or older games essentially kind of don't interest them. Do you, as production values increase, do you feel that's kind of a problem where people are spending so much time and effort and budget on presentation and graphics that gameplay has to kind of suffer or become
be right
simplified
back.
because of just the
I need to go pee. Streaming. Chocho is streaming. I'm back.
extreme costs of developing those worlds. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh yeah, I mean absolutely. There's a part where you can watch, you can read Shakespeare, and it's still meaningful and it's still being taught and it's still something that people have a reference to and it's not forgotten. Um, and old movies, you can watch a silent movie like The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari and still go like, wow, that's amazing, impressive. And, you can take it with that context of this was also the era that it was made in. They didn't have the technology, have sound, and they had different references, that we have today. And it's a shame. I mean, you still hear that from people who will. I'm trying to even think of a reference, but it'll be like, oh, that was before my time, or that was I wasn't even born
Okay,
born
let's
yet.
go
And
do
you're
the
like, well,
crease
that doesn't
first.
matter. I mean, you still
So I guess
still
the
should
crease
read,
is like right here,
Canterbury Tales, even though that's,
I'd say.
from before. I've read it.
Or
It's
not the
before my
crease, but
time,
the
and
UV
it
edge.
really is in a different language.
UV,
So
UV island.
it's a shame that there isn't. I mean, there obviously, I mean, there's you and there are other people out there who, are aficionados of what they call the old school game. But I mean, even at the time that we were doing those were
Gale
cutting edge
Tunnel.
of their time. So there was a part where, the people who were playing Arena would have laughed at the graphics in the original Ultima, and
Right.
so it's a little bit of the, unfortunately, the nature of the beast that anything that's that technologically driven that requires you to have the next generation console, or a super jacked up PC, that the old school ones are,
Some lag.
you're going to
Just
have
a
to use a
little
little
bit.
more imagination to to get into them. But you need to have a little more
Like a
imagination when you're
whole
reading Jane Austen, or
mod.
something that's not of your era. And that should be a way you kind of transport yourself to a
We're
different time,
following
and
X,
almost be part of
formerly
the
known as
fantasy.
Twitter.
Um, but I can also get it that when you see kind of a blotchy, pixely creature on the screen, and you're used to something else, that it's hard. But every generation is, you can also get into the part where what's the term of the of things that are so photorealistic.
Uncanny Valley, yeah.
That's the term that I
Yeah.
was looking for. The uncanny valley, where you can also
Oh, there they are.
those can be
Just
worse
waiting for them to spawn in.
than something where you go like, okay, well, I really am playing a game versus
Some loot up here.
trying to immerse myself completely graphically into that world. But it would be nice nowadays that video games are being taken a little more seriously and being taught in schools and stuff like that, if there were concerted effort. Because I think that a lot of literature and old movies and things like that might have been lost if we just let people only watch what's on Netflix, and not expect a certain amount of education and background into where these things came from. So yeah, I mean, and it actually even goes back to the difference between when we've talked about how small some of these teams were that put these games together, and not just us at Bethesda, but obviously Sir Meyer did most of everything on his games himself, and you admire that while still going like, if you had a big team behind you, it would have been better in some ways, but maybe not quite the same. Like, oh, okay, you're really working to the small groups mindset, which gives a certain amount of personality into it if you know the constraints that they were under.
Yeah, I can definitely see the kind of trade-off where you have, if you have one mastermind and maybe a couple people helping them,
Got some lag.
you can get a lot more tailored story, a lot more tailored world, or a lot more tailored gameplay, because it's all in one person's head and it's all there kind of figuring out. Like if you've got 100 people working on it, it becomes a little bit less, a little bit more lifeless, a little bit more, of a production. You can see that with movies, where like indie movies where it's done by a small crew, they've got more of a precise vision rather than, a huge 500 person, production of like, Michael Bay movie or something like that.
Sure.
So, but yeah,
and it's not. I mean, sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was just going to reiterate how funny it is with video games, and I can kind of understand it in some regards, but it's also like, imagine if somebody said like, oh wow, you're watching Citizen Kane and listening to Elvis. Wow, it'd be like, it'd be so weird.
But there are, but then, like I said, there are people like you and other people who that can also be cool. Like there are the ones that you go,
See if we can't follow this line.
Ariana Grande sells so many records, and Taylor Swift does, and and not to say that they aren't talented, but there is something cool about having some background and knowledge of like where this all came from. So
Yeah, and I think that it's kind of unique to our industry because with books and other things, like you can watch was it Over the Moon or whatever that really like the pre-sound movie. You can watch it on Netflix.
Oh,
You
right.
can watch Metropolis on Netflix.
Sure.
Movies have a very well documented, very well archived history. You can get a hold of pretty much anything as far back as the vaudeville kind of stuff. But
Mhm.
with video games, getting anything like to work past like 10 years, it's iffy. There's some games that are simply not available anywhere, and I think that's a problem that we should that is definitely should be looked into, because some games, like you said, like Sid Meier's stuff like that, like how, if you wanted to, how would you play the original Civilization? That's a hugely influential game. It invented an entire genre, things like that. Like it's very difficult sometimes to, especially if the official company no longer sells or provides a platform to access those games from. I think that's definitely something we should look into.
Yeah, it seems like it's a realm for academics. Like there's a part where if there are courses, and I totally embrace them. When I got into it, obviously there you didn't take game design as a major in college, or you didn't, and you certainly didn't take any classes or anything that was about that. Um, and it's changed now, and I would hope that in some way there's a a history aspect of it where because you can take things where you go like, and I hear this over and over again with things like Arena and Daggerfall, where people go like, oh, they still haven't done that again since then. So um, if you take the ideas of it and apply it to current technology, then you could create something really incredible.
Yeah, and newness of something kind of blinds people, I've noticed. Like, people are loving the Jurassic World movies or whatever, right? But I can guarantee you in 20 years, people will remember those as like, yeah, they're okay, but Jurassic Park was amazing. Like
Yeah.
There's a certain amount of wisdom that occurs when something kind of gets past the age of newness. Sometimes it's like 5-10 years, sometimes it's 20, but
Yeah.
we can still watch Jurassic Park and say, my God, that movie still looks amazing and still is
Okay.
narratively
Now,
perfect, pretty much. But I'm sure we'll find flaws in
okay.
movies that came
Earth
out
Tree
a year or two
Sanctuary.
ago,
I need
and
the
realize that maybe it wasn't as good, or maybe
spell.
some movie will last a lot more, or some book or some
Incantation.
game will. I mean, it's kind of
up
interesting how that's
there.
gone. Like, we've seen some titles in the past where like it was kind of trashed at the time, and then 20 years later, it's a cult classic. Like
Right.
Blade Runner had terrible reviews when it came out, but now it's considered one of the most influential sci-fi movies of all time. So,
Oh yeah, I mean the list goes on and on for
yeah.
sure for those ones. So yeah, you don't know whether it's if it was like you say ahead of its time, or just not something that the audience was ready for. I mean, everybody wants, and I always think this about books, games, movies, any of those things. Like nobody sets out. Everyone wants their baby. Any of these things. Any of these things take. I mean, what's the credits for a movie where it just goes on and on and on. And you just go like, and sometimes you're for a terrible movie, and you just go, oh, I'm so sorry that all these people probably worked sleepless nights, to create this thing that is bad, and it's bad for whatever reason. And sometimes, like you said, it's just ahead of its time, or there's something about it that people respond to, down the line. But yeah, so that's I definitely agree.
Yeah, it's amazing how big productions are getting for both movies and video games. Like, it came out a couple years ago that video games are actually a bigger industry than movies now, even though it's not as respected for some reason. But
Right.
I mean, there's more money that goes into and out of the gaming industry than the movie industry, like today.
Well, I'm still, so I skip ahead a little bit. I came to I ended up moving
Blessing of
after
the
Bethesda,
Earth
moving out
Tree.
to LA, and got in wrote some screenplays for movies, which were optioned or sold, and none of them
Let's give
ended
this
up being
summon here.
produced. But I worked on TV for a little bit and ended up getting into the Writers Guild. But I had so many credits for video games, which are a way for the Writers Guild to, evaluate whether you should be getting into it. But you can't get into the Writers Guild, at least the Writers Guild. I'm pretty sure either the Writers Guild East or West, based on video games. Still,
Yeah.
that's got to change. I mean, it's a part where they will. Once you join the WGA, there's there are courses about writing for new media and things like that, where people go like, oh, you'll watch some movies where you go like, that's a video
Need
game.
more money.
Like they like people who wrote that or directed it were thinking of like, oh, what would be a cool video game scene. So it is in a weird backwards way respected, but on the other hand, the people who are actually making the video games, I think there's a part where, I mean, I think that writing for video games made me a better writer for other media, because, and I'll go back to the very first Terminator 2029, where my first time writing it, and to give Julian and VJ their credit, they liked my writing and they just kind of let me go on with it, but they never told me to bring it back a little bit, which meant that I would have these long expositions in Terminator 2029 where the various characters, they'd be telling you what to do, but they had backstories, and they were like, some characters were flirting with each other, and some characters, like there'd be a lot of back and forth. I just like watch the first playtesters just like skip through all the dialogue to like, okay, what I need to do is pick up three items out in the field, and I'm going to go out and do those things. And as a writer, you go like, oh, that was beautiful dialogue. You skip through, but I need to make it shorter, and that works whether you're writing for TV or movies, that you say, I need to boil down what I'm trying to convey, not lose character and personality, but don't be so indulgent that you go on and on about it. I remember there was, is it Orson Scott Card who wrote The Dig? There was a video.
Is it Spielberg involved in that?
Yeah, I think so. And I remember, again, this is probably mid to late 90s, and they were like, oh, all these famous people were getting involved, and there was a part where they had this famous writer who was involved, and he was allowed to write as much as he wanted to, and you just went, this is way too wordy for a video game. You're a short story or a novelist, so you don't get that. You're not afforded luxury of just paragraphs after paragraphs. I mean, that's the good thing about the Elder Scrolls, is that when we wanted to tell that story, we could just create an in-game book, and you can read it or you don't have to read it. It's up to you. So, I'm trying to get it both ways.
That's a very interesting insight. But yeah, no, you're right about Orson Scott Card. I just looked it up. Yeah, he was one of the 3 writers in the Dig. So was same with Spielberg. But yeah, it is a kind of interesting thing. Sometimes like a blunt, and unpretty, unscripted, just like a blunt reaction to something is kind of what you need, though. Because like, for example, I'm sure that a lot of people would be watching, if they had the option to just skip all the dialogue and get to Bruce Willis shooting something in Die Hard, they probably would.
Sure.
Like
Yep.
It is a very well written movie, but like there is that kind of blunt reaction. Sometimes you kind of need it. Like
I know the screenwriter.
Oh, you do? That's really cool.
Yeah.
That was McTiernan was the director, right? I don't remember who wrote the screenplay.
Steven D'Souza.
Oh, yeah, he's done some other good things, hasn't he? I mean, that's
He's
really
done some bad things. I think he wrote the first. I think it was the first Street Fighter movie, the one with Jean-Claude Van Damme.
That's campy. There's actually some really good lines in there. Like I remember specifically, like off the top of my head, I don't remember many quotes, but one line from M. Bison, like on that day, when he's talking to what's her face, Chun-Li. I think he's like saying that, like, on that day when I destroyed your village, it was the greatest or most important day of your life, and for me it was just another Tuesday. Like that's actually a really good line. Like I really like that line.
Yeah, I agree.
But I mean, movies are like that. Like there was the famous. I'm sure you've heard of it. The I completely blanked out on it. The fake name that people use when they don't want to be associated with a movie, where it's gone.
Because there was another movie that had that name as part of it. It was called Alan Smithy.
Alan Smithy, yeah. I mean that happened to movies like from David Lynch. He used Alan Smithy once. I mean, there's movie productions are so
Elden
big
Ring
that
just
you
crashed.
can it can quickly become a beast on its own, and studio interference and stuff like that. So
It's funny that doesn't happen in video games, right? I don't think that there's like a designed by
If only
Alan
Elden Ring
Smithy
was a
equivalent of somebody who
quadruple A game,
divorces herself from
it wouldn't crash then.
from what they've done, and they
no.
I don't know why. I don't know why there isn't. I mean, I think there's a part where, it's interesting because I know that Julian mentioned in his interview that he never plays his own games, uh, you know, afterwards, and I don't think at least it would be always be a thing where he wouldn't necessarily play the games, some of the competitors' games while we were creating them. Um, and I've heard this about people who are in movies. Like there's some people like actors who will say, oh, they don't watch themselves on screen afterwards. And like all they can see are, oh, I should have done this way or that way. I mean, I'll say that I think I mentioned before that I watched. I can't remember if it was Arena or Daggerfall. I've probably seen both at some point. Somebody doing some initial, uh, you know, quests into it, or some gameplay videos of people doing that, and 20 plus years later, I can watch that and go, oh yeah, those dungeons were really big, and that was probably something we probably didn't need to have all of our dungeons be quite so sadistically big. But you watch that and you go like, oh, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, 20 years of experience and retrospect, you can fix all sorts of things. I mean, it's sure true with anything. Also, it's like you have to kind of look at it from the context of the time. Like, some of these things had never been done. Like, the idea of 3D procedurally generated, initially tool assisted procedural generation for gigantic dungeons, and like Daggerfall had something like 750,000 NPCs and things like that. Like it was a ridiculously big game. I mean, in the context, I mean, that's not even really been done since, let alone in 1996, so you have to look at, I think, I'm a kind of an exception. I mean, I played Civilization 1 for DOS yesterday, so I'm kind of an exception, but
there you go.
But I try to look at a game like, okay, how does it match up to games now, but also in the context of when it was released. This was a pretty crazy endeavor, and it's amazing that it worked at all, so
yeah. Well, and that's, I mean, the interesting part, I mean, when we talk about like the old movies or things like that, we can talk about, complete triumphs of, things like Cabinet of Dr. Caligari or Metropolis. But there's a lot of crappy, movies that were also made at the same time, or middling movies where you just go like, oh, well, this is what they thought they had to do, and movies were based on stage plays, and you would, they go like, okay, well, we're going to hold the camera still and keep it on the stage because that's how it works in theater. So yeah, there's, the context of the times is technological, but it's also, at the time feeling like you need to rip off a better medium that that movies felt they needed to rip off theater, and video games felt they needed to rip off movies, and certainly in the mid 90s, there'd be the Myst, and I liked Myst, but there were a lot of games where it would be, we're just going to fill the CD-ROM with beautiful imagery and occasionally a puzzle. I mean, I'm sorry, Final Fantasy as a lot where it's going like, we're going to throw a little battle at you and then have a big anime movie that you're going to watch
Oh,
immediately.
actually, I
So
want to get some
um,
armor. I think there's some armor over here, right? Rena's
they're
Rise.
they can find games. I don't want to trash them or anything,
I
but
want
there's
to
a
see if
part
the
where
robe is
they're
any
nodding
good.
to what they consider to be a
Is it like
superior
light enough for me
medium.
to wear? It look nice.
No, totally. I 100% agree. There was a period during PC gaming where we did the FMV movies where, they put like actual movie clips every 5, seconds and stuff like that. It was interesting. Some of those games were okay, but it was definitely not, it wasn't embracing the medium you were in. It was embracing, like you said, some other popular medium. And with like Final Fantasy is a really good example. Probably the best example I can think of is probably Metal Gear Solid, which have bits of really good gameplay in between. Sometimes I think somebody actually clocked it like 2 hours straight of like cutscenes and stuff like that, and in a couple of those games toward the end.
They're crazy.
Yeah, and it's like that's an entire movie literally in there.
A long movie.
Yeah, a long one. So it's like I firmly believe that there's some video games that story wise and narratively wise that they are comparable to real life movies, and with the advantage of obviously having you in their shoes. It's a lot more. It gets to you a lot more when you're actually doing those actions. When you're actually holding the gun against the person and they're begging for their life, rather than seeing, Bruce Willis do it or Liam Neeson do it.
Let's go do some cross-dressing.
It gets a lot more personal. But I can't help but think that some of these games that have amazing stories, like for example, Last of Us, amazing story.
Yeah.
Really well done.
Let's go take off the.
I don't want to spoil it, but there's this one scene where this situation like that where you're holding a gun against somebody, but it's in a cutscene. How cool would that be if you were actually aiming the sights and deciding whether to lower the gun or not? Like that would be so much more impactful. Like I think that's like the next step I think that we need to take, where where we embrace the medium and kind of. Because there are games like there are some games like Brothers. I don't know if you ever played that game.
Looks a little bit too femboy.
It was an indie game a few years ago, but that game really, how you control it really impacts.
And where do you go? No.
Whoa.
I love to hear about games
so
like
white.
Yeah, I don't want to get into it too much, but basically it's.
Don't mind me. I'm just having fun dressing up as a girl.
Time. You have 2 thumbsticks I think you can do it with keyboard as well, but primarily you want to use a controller, like 2 thumbsticks to triggers, and so you control 2 brothers at one point.
But this robe has potential.
The kind of kinetic cooperation between the 2 brothers really kind of helps tell the story.
If there's like a white bandit mask,
because you're having to work together as a team and whatever.
Hey, that's
and
not
they
so
did a
bad.
really good job with that, and
cool.
Actually looks
definitely one
kinda
of
cool.
the better examples of embracing the medium, in my opinion. But yeah, I agree with you. Like,
I have to. This is not about your point.
Summoned.
So this is, in my family we have what we call parentheses, where it's this is not the main discussion, but an interesting anecdote along the way. It's funny. Again, I don't know if you looked at my credit. Actually, I don't think I'm listing the credits on this. Well, I know I'm good now because I didn't have anything to do with this game, except that one of the first game studios I went to after I left Bethesda was a company in San Francisco, and they did an FMV game called A Fork in the Tail.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Starring Rob Schneider was the voice of the hero, and I came in there, they hired me on, and we had all these plans for this game, and A Fork in the Tail came out. We had a huge
I'll be right back. I need to take a short break. Okay, I'm back. I had to put on a clay mask. Gotta take care of that skin before I turn 40. It looked like shit. Okay, what do?
To celebrate it, and it bombed so badly that there was money in the company, but the apparently he needed to make a bare threshold of to have the confidence in the people who had the money for the money to be released, and it didn't make it. So like the company like disappeared. And so I'm like, I mean, obviously there's FMV at the beginning of Daggerfall, so I'm not like totally anti FMV. Well, the beginning of, I mean, technically Rio Selmane's thing is FMV, uh, but that kind of bubble
Yeah,
on the
it just doesn't work. It's
FMV
not the right color.
it definitely caused
It's
some
like
problems.
black robes like that. That'd be
Yeah,
very
it's
cool.
crazy. Actually, I think I almost bought that. I remember holding the box in the store
Maybe
once.
Moog's
There was
robes.
a definite, yeah, like I said, FMV bubble. There were some really good ones too. Like the Wing Commander games later on, they had like Michael McDonald and Clive Owen and some up and
Mm-hmm.
coming actors.
Oh, Gabriel Knight too. The
Yeah,
was the werewolf one. It is still like one where I felt that was one of the beginning of like, oh, okay, well this is a nuanced story, and there's some good acting going on. So
yeah. I was actually just talking to my fiance about one of my favorite games. Not like probably like top 10 or whatever, but one of the better FMV games was Spycraft. It was completely unlike your average game where you're a CIA recruit and you get trained by Michael Biehn. Weirdly enough, like Michael Biehn's in there, like
wow,
training you how to shoot and stuff like that.
nice.
And some of the puzzles and stuff like that in the game are actually pretty cool. Like there was one scene where you had to triangulate where this guy was calling. He called from like a payphone, and you had to listen to this audio track again and again, and listen to like you heard some birds and like a train, and you triangulated it down to like a certain part of the city, and there was one scene where like you were using like satellite footage to figure out the license plate of this truck or something like that. So like they definitely had some inspiration, and they try to kind of, again, it was trying to be kind of like a movie, but that's not really an experience you get too much in a game, like trying to
Yeah.
think along those lines. So yeah, I mean and there was this other game actually. It was fairly recently, like I think it was kickstarted a few years ago, called Contradiction. Pretty cool. Like there was one scene where you had to triangulate where this guy was calling. He called from like a payphone, and you had to listen to this audio track again and again, and listen to like you heard some birds and like a train, and you triangulated it down to like a certain part of the city, and there was one scene where like you were using like satellite footage to figure out the license plate of this truck or something like that. So like they definitely had some inspiration, and they try to kind of, again, it was trying to be kind of like a movie, but that's not really an experience you get too much in a game, like trying to
Yeah.
think along those lines. So yeah, I mean there was this other game actually. It was fairly recently, like I think it was kickstarted a few years ago, called Contradictions, which is a surprisingly good game. The entire mechanic of the game is you talk to people, and they say a bunch of things, conversation, whatever, and then you have to pick a line that they said that contradicts another line to figure
Okay.
out, to catch them in a lie, basically. And that's the whole mechanic of the game. And it's actually like they play it up. It's a little bit cheesy. It's kind of like a little bit of like a cheesy Sherlock
Well,
Holmes, but it's actually
you do
surprisingly
have to
good.
have. I mean, for any of the, especially any of the FMV ones, you gotta
Yeah.
have a little bit of a cheese tolerance.
Yeah, definitely. And this game kind of embraced that. I think that's why it works. Like they didn't try to make it super serious, but it was actually
Right.
pretty compelling. I actually quite liked that game. It was a pretty good game. They had like a kind of a cheeky British detective and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some really, really bad ones, especially like the Sega CD had some really, really bad FMV games. But yeah, it's funny. I remember holding Fork in the Tail. It reminded me a little bit of the Monty Python FMV
Oh,
game that was out around that time.
Shaded
Sure.
Castle. Oh
Now,
my god, I can't talk
I'm
right
looking
now,
this up, and
guys.
I'm not going to find it in time for
The
this. But
clay mask has solidified.
when uh, further in my career, I had a assistant designer who looked really familiar to me. Like he had done, he only had his resume of like the games that he had designed, and then of course I realized that he was in the Red Alert, Westwood, Command and Conquer games, as one of the FMV characters in that. So it's like I said, going back to back in the day, and you'll hear Julian's voice in a lot of the Elder Scrolls games. So even if it's not FMV, it might be a voiceover or whatever. That nowadays,
Ew.
again, it's probably mostly for the better, not for the worse. That you don't want to have you'd like to have people
Oh.
who are good at their jobs doing, the acting and the voiceover and things like that. So it doesn't, if you're good at your job as a programmer, you don't also have to be the voiceover guy. But there's something a little bit of charm to the idea that
Yeah, what's
if
up?
you're playing some of these old games where there's more limited budget and a more limited staff, that you
What?
might actually get a vision or hear the people are making.
Oh,
Yeah, I know that. I think Command and Conquer games were some
is
of the
it
best
really nothing?
cheesy FMV. I mean, like the guy who played Kane, like he
Really
was
nothing?
actually, I think he's a classically trained actor, and he was actually
Oh.
really, really good. Honestly, like it was a bit cheesy, but I still remember those Red Alert and
Okay. No chocolate
Command
then.
and Conquer, and those ones had some really.
Oh god.
You'd always kind of look forward to the next FMV intro where the guy would like, maybe he was like now whispering to you and wonder why. Like maybe he's like trying to throw you off his tracks, and he's actually like a crooked officer or whatever. Like,
Sure.
They made their little stories, and it was entertaining enough. I mean, it wouldn't be done now, but yeah, there's a certain amount of charm to them. But I think you have to kind of, like you said, kind of embrace the campiness of it, because there's a certain amount of cheese that just kind of comes along with that. I mean, it doesn't have to be necessarily, but you do get the kind of like 1990s TV acting in those general games. So,
Absolutely.
but that's cool. Oh, good. This is a good question. I think. Oh, okay. Well, here's one. It's been a while, so I'm not sure if you remember, but there were a lot of ideas in Daggerfall and Morrowind, especially that were cut. I remember, I think you've remorse about this before, where dragons were a thing in Daggerfall briefly, but didn't really happen. I think even Mark Jones actually mentions how he designed like sprites for the dragons, but they were like never used. And there's lots of other features.
Gonna
what
get
were some
greedy.
of the features that had to be cut?
He's gonna
They
get
kind of
greedy
left
and
on
get one
the cutting
shot.
room floor,
Oh
essentially
no.
for
Okay. I killed
the
him.
Elder Scrolls games you're working on.
You're welcome,
I mean,
Pierre.
yeah. I mean, I was going to say the list is endless, but unlike Julian, I played the games after they came out, so I had some idea. But both of the games, Arena and Daggerfall, were certainly had features that were semi-implemented or would be implemented to the degree that you had to do X, Y, Z, and A, B, and C, and a couple other letters in order for that to even be an option. So I think that there are always like super hidden Easter eggs, probably even to this day. I mean, and things like we talked about vampirism and stuff like that were basically the whole game is an Easter egg. Certainly, Daggerfall is an Easter egg that like almost everything has to be kind of discovered, and
I kind of want to play a vampire character
you
for
figure it out from
Morrowind.
there.
That could be fun.
I mean, I know that there were some things that were cut, and these were things that were cut not
It's too bad
for.
Morrowind crashes when it's
I know that
alt-tabbed.
there was supposed to be. I think I read this before, and I went like, "Oh yeah, that I remember that." Like the prostitutes, not prostitute skill, but I remember that you were supposed to be able to reach the stage of reputation with a person that you were able to have sex with them. And
Wow, what?
And
What game is this,
we
Daggerfall?
had created some artwork. I don't know if you probably remember, like there's the images that happen when you turn into a vampire or werewolf. That like there's a couple like they're basically painted images that kind of morph from one to the other, where it'll be like a woman with bleeding eyes that when you have that dream, that means you're about to be a vampire. And if you remember this naked guy who's that means that you're about to become a werewolf. And there were some pictures that were created with the idea that you would, I guess you would just have sex, but I don't think there was an idea that you would have children. I mean, I was excited when some other games came up which suggested that you might, as a character, have that full of a life that you could really have a family, but at least the idea was that you would have some kind of relationship with NPCs that were out there. So I feel like that was something we were really trying to make happen in Daggerfall that didn't really come together.
You're trying to make it on higher on Lieberman's list, Lieberman's list there, huh?
Man, what wasted potential.
Sorry,
Daggerfall is
I
going to
still
be a
have little bit
sex
echo.
game.
Trying to make it higher on Lieberman's list there.
That's
well, yeah,
that's too
but
bad.
I didn't think of it as being dirty. I mean, we didn't have anything where we showed anything, but it was because I mean we were young, but we're adults who were making this game, so we were thinking that it when you want a game to be immersive, relationships, and that includes sexual relationships, should be a part of it.
Okay, I gotta wash this off.
So yeah, I mean, was it supposed to be titillating? Yeah.
Give me a sec. Be right back. I'm back.
But I mean, just the same as like the naked people in the temple of Dibella and Daggerfall, where I don't think anyone ever masturbated to those images. And like he said, like, oh my god, that's
You'd be
so
surprised.
sexy. It's like, no, this is just what they do. So
No, it's totally valid. I mean, later on in the Fable series, they had just that where you could have, you could woo people and bring them back to your bed and eventually have kids and get married and stuff like that. That's totally part of a life sim. So yeah, I was just making a cheeky joke back there, but
no.
Yeah.
Honestly, I never played Fable, but I remember hearing about it and thinking that they were doing something that I had wanted to do on that.
Yeah, I mean, you had to kind of just think about resources and stuff too. I mean, you had sunk so much time and production into other things, and I mean, Daggerfall, I think, was like a 2-year production with a relatively small team by today's standards, especially. So, I'm sure that was probably a priority on things like getting combat to work before you could hire women of the night. But
well, and that's always a tricky thing on like any of those ones where as opposed to going back to kind of our Dungeons and Dragons or Game Master, Dungeon Master comparison, where you don't. My preferred way of being a game master is to ask you what you want to play, talk to you about your character, kind of figure it all out, and then play for an hour, and then make a whole bunch of notes and say, okay, well, these are the things that like his character is most interested in. I need to create some of these characters. I need to create some of these locations, and like kind of figure it out at that point. And in a CRPG, you can say, I'm just going to litter the whole world with everything that anyone could possibly want to be interested in. So, and having meeting someone and having a good relationship with them seems like a thing that people want to do. So,
no, it totally makes sense to me. It's interesting. All right, cool. So let's go next one here.
Shit! Wow.
So
Okay, maybe I can't
hear that you're the person I have
dodge
to thank
past these
for
guys.
the
My
incredible character
little tiny
class
bit of sliver health I
creation
have.
system in Daggerfall.
Hmm.
I personally think it's one of the best systems made in RPG. Like when I remember reading about in the manual where you're talking about how you could be like a cat burglar, for example, where you could like climb into people's houses, you know, through the window or through the upstairs doors or whatever, and sneak in and things like that. That whole idea was really, really, really well fleshed out, I think. What were your, with retrospect, obviously not fair, you have 20 years of retrospect, but in regards to now, what additions or changes do you think you'd make if you had the opportunity?
Well, I mean, the background on it was really that, and I think I told you this before, that when I was brought on to Bethesda, they had said, like, we have these amazing editors, and we just need someone to kind of write the stuff. So one of the things we talked about when we decided to switch from the old arena style, completely Dungeons and Dragons, inspired character creation to something that was more skill based.
Well, that was close.
Well, I mean, really, the idea was that we could create all these characters through this editor and like create. Okay, well, what is an acrobat's major skills, and what are their
Look at the clipping.
Minor skills, and
Guys, look at the clipping when I'm running, when I'm sprinting. You see the clipping on the back of my character? That really annoys me. I need to change this armor. I'm surprised they didn't playtest the clipping on the armors.
What matters this issue of Radigan, really? The Erd Tree, heart of the golden... Oh, I'm a little shaky. The matter, well, until he said now the master, the golden, or the name of who, the master, his finger, curse mine, the master, who, the master, his finger, but the Erd, why we were on the... Did you need the master, his finger, but the
Okay, that's the same dialogue.
what makes a person that character class? So once I started playing around with that, I said, we have, I can't remember how many different character classes there were in Daggerfall and Arena, but there were a couple dozen. But to say you could create your own mix, and why not kind of expose that to the players, and basically
I have a seal. Oh, I didn't even memorize the spell yet. Shit.
The same system that I used to create an acrobat or a battle mage or whatever, and just let people say, all right, well, my weird character class is
That's
going to
annoying. You gotta memorize the spell too.
this weapon and this this kind of magical school, and mix it all up into something that makes sense to the kind of character they want to play.
That's really cool. What was it ever a goal to make the game completable from start to finish with non-combat? It kind of almost seemed like that was the intention. Like you could make a class that was like etiquette, mercantile, and what any other non-combat skills. But getting out of the first dungeon and getting through like the last final stretch would be pretty damn difficult. Was that a design goal that kind of became less real over the production, or?
I think that's fair to say. I mean, I think that there's if you follow following the story of the game,
Whoa, no way.
Place a high value on
Radagon is America?
In design on relationships and
crazy.
factions.
Never would have thought
and,
in a million years.
Working, fighting friends and finding connections. So I think there was an idea of making it a thing. I think you would never. I mean, it's an action RPG still at its heart. So I think there's a part where you probably have to draw a sword every once in a while, but the ideal would be you are so beloved that the city guards will come rushing out and assist you if you need it, or that would have been cool.
No, I agree. I think there's been some games where they've done like a body count, like you play a game like Max Payne, which is a shooter, body count's like
Yeah.
300, 500, whatever. But there are some games like I don't know if you can really do it with a game like Daggerfall because based on how dynamic it is. I guess you could if you do the exact precise main quest missions. But some games, even though they're like shooters or whatever, you can technically, like for example Deus Ex, one of my favorite games, you can actually beat the game with only 3 kills. You can actually avoid killing everybody except for 3 instances, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah.
There are a couple games that actually you can do a completely non-violent playthrough, which is interesting. I was always kind of in the back of my mind. I was always like, man, how cool would it be if you were just like a pickpocket and that's your entire quest and your entire mission in Daggerfall, or if you were like a some sort of orator or something like that, and you just talk your way through the entire ordeal or something like that.
But remember, Tamriel is called the arena.
True.
So at some point you probably have to pull out. You can talk so much, and after some point you probably have to pull out a blade.
True, that is true. I mean, it makes sense for the setting and everything like that.
I am BSing a little bit, No, and it would be great.
Okay.
Again, ultimately, I think that having multiple solutions to every
Volcano
problem,
Manor now,
what
I
they call
guess.
emergent gameplay and all that is
Well, we'll just take we'll get
a
some
great
work
way
done.
to try to design games.
That was a long question.
Yeah, it's totally and I mean obviously it was still so new too, so like maybe had that gone down that road even further, maybe it was going to be more of like you can be a complete non-combat class or whatnot. I mean,
Sure.
It's still pretty new at the time. And I heard from Julian that the crunch time was pretty intense. Was that the reason you left Bethesda after Daggerfall, or was there another reason?
Well, I mean, I was offered a job. I mean,
Okay.
short answer. It was hell. I mean, it was really, really tough. But again, I was in my early 20s. It was I didn't have a family. It was a labor of love. So I mean, it's a part where you don't want to say, I got pissed off and left. But I was working a crazy amount of hours. I was not being paid very much, and I got an offer I couldn't refuse. And we had 3 winters in a row in Washington D.C. with huge blizzards, and I remember one time like going down the highway and my car like in the snow like turned around and was just sliding that way, and there were tow cars whizzing around, and I went, I haven't been killed on this highway yet, but it's a matter of time. I think I need to move to Southern, California. And so, yeah, I got a job offer out there for a company that didn't end up working out. The game wasn't going to be released. And then I moved to Northern California for the game I was talking about before, for the game that they had done, the FMV one, which also wasn't released because we didn't get very far into the design before they said, we don't have any money.
Oh no.
But in the meantime,
No money, no problems.
The guy who was my assistant at the job in Southern California had applied for a job at Activision. And
I mean, if you're gonna get paid
used me as a
shit
reference,
anyway, might as
and
well
I
do it
called
for
up to,
free.
give glowing remarks about him. And they said, well, we're actually looking for a lead designer for something. And well, this is kind of funny. So I turned into the conversation was a job interview. They offered me a job. I moved back to Southern California to work at Activision, and my first day walking in there, Activision had at that point become famous for doing Mech Warrior.
Yeah, MechWarrior 2. Yeah, MechWarrior 2.
And they had lost the license, but they had picked up Heavy Gear as being their replacement for that. And so, but it's a kind of a whole RPG system. So, like, we want you to come in and be our lead designer for Heavy Gear. And I showed up my first day and was going like, all right, let's start. And they said, we're putting that on hold for a while,
Oh, no.
but the great thing was that they then put me on Zork Grand Inquisitor. So they had, they said, well, well, you know, this isn't necessarily your thing, but we're having some trouble with our Zork thing. And I was like, oh my God, Zork! Like, I came on excited to do an RPG for this, but like, Zork is literally the first game I remember ever playing. So, like, wow, I get to be on that team. So that was really, really cool.
No, that's awesome. I remember playing.
I think that was a long-winded answer to. I don't remember what the original question was.
No, you answered it. You got a job offer, so that was a simple question.
Well, yeah.
You just elaborated, but that's an interesting story. Yeah, I mean, I believe that was Savage Entertainment was the place you left for, or was that later?
No, that was a little bit later. So
Okay.
I left Bethesda for a company called Film Roman that was had an interactive company at the time.
Wait, turn off that one.
I don't know if they still exist, but they certainly don't have an interactive company anymore. And I left them for Any River, which was the one who did Fork in the Tail, which again, my game never went anywhere with. And then I went back to Southern California for Activision. And at the time, Activision, and I think to this day, they don't have internal development. Like, they had internal development at the time.
Yeah.
They stopped that in the late 90s. And but because they didn't want people to basically go off and be competitors, they said, well, you're going to work for us at another studio. We're going to like give you money. We're going to take the people we like and fund your own, you know, development companies. So Tim Morton, John LaFleur, and Chaco Sonny were a couple guys who had been there on a bunch of different projects for, you know, 10 years. And they were one of the people who they said, okay, well, you know, fund this company that turned into Savage Entertainment. And again, this is it was my self-deprecating humor. So they were told, we need you to hire a lead designer. And they were really pissed off at this guy who's now one of the biggest designers at Blizzard, but was working at Activision at the time, and that's who they wanted to bring on to Savage. But he had just done a game that didn't do well. It's always like the last game that you didn't do well is who they don't want to support. And they decided, they said, well, Ted Peterson is a guy that they can, you can bring on. So that was like, I think I was at Savage Entertainment for probably 10 years.
Oh, wow. Wasn't Zork Grand Inquisitor the first non-text game, or did they do a couple in between? I remember the first like 3 or 4 were all text-based, and then they went like full mist with Grand Inquisitor. I believe I played that a while. It was actually really good, I remember.
Draconic Tree Sentinel.
I had a lot of fun doing it, but it was not the first graphical Zork. I mean, there was, I feel like it was like Zork Nemesis. I mean, these are again before I came along.
Lured out of the beam. Unfortunate.
A couple ones where they tried to mix it in, but I mean, here's what I'll say about that, because we're talking about, largely about the Elder Scrolls, is that coming on to Zork after like 10 games or 12 games or whatever has to be like coming on to Elder Scrolls after those many ones and going like, oh god, there's so much lore and so much background and stuff like that I need to learn about, and to be able to there's going to be somebody who's played it since the beginning who's going like, no, that's not quite right.
Yeah, you almost have to do a reboot at that point. I think that the Might and Magic series has done that at least once or twice, where they just completely clear off all the lore and start a new world. Like if you follow the Might and Magic series, like at some point it switches to a completely new world. And it's like, okay, we're doing it a new way now, and all the characters.
I totally get. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, like, well, I was offered. Well, let me get back. I'm going to drop this on you, and I know you'll come back to it.
Okay.
when I was at Activision, they basically said because I didn't get my RPG project that I was going to do, they said start looking at licenses you want to license. And I talked to White Wolf for Vampire the Masquerade. We got them. We got Troika to do them, so I have some backstory on that because I know that's one of your games. But we oh, shit, I totally was talking thinking about that. But what were you talking about just before that?
Let's see. I was talking about Might and Magic and how they rebooted their entire setting.
Oh yeah, no. So I also I worked at Electronic Arts when they worked on it was both a reboot. I worked on GoldenEye Rogue Agent, which is a critically reviled game. But I'm a huge James Bond fan, so it was one of those doubly painful ones where as I'm on it, like I want to do all this, like I know so much about James Bond and I can talk about all the characters, and then when Casino Royale came out and rebooted it, I'm going, oh, this is what like the Star Trek people feel like when Star Trek was rebooted. And I've never been a Trekker or a Trekkie, but I was also offered the lead design on the Star Trek license at Activision because they had it at the time. And I went, I like Star Trek, but I don't love Star Trek to the degree that I think that you could probably throw a dart around Activision and find someone who is much more obsessed and would, be more true to the spirit of this thing to me.
Yeah, it's interesting. I remember reading about some of the Star Trek games. I've not really covered those, but I think Secret of Vulcan Fury was one of the last really big ones. And they actually got voices from pretty much all of the original, the TOS, like the original series crew. I mean, I'm not a Trekkie, but yeah, they got Shatner, they got I think Scotty, they got I can believe Spock. I forget his name now, but they got like a lot of the original living cast there in the mid '90s, and it was going to be this huge, you're going to have CG reproductions of all the cast, and it was like a big production, but that one fell south. That was one of the last big failure projects from Interplay. I don't know exactly what happened, but yeah, it was really cutting edge for the time. They're doing mocap and everything. Yeah, that's interesting. So you almost did the what would have become Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, because I told you that was the big game that I was playing with Julian.
I think I'm getting a bit too granular
at the time
down
of
here with the
Daggerfall.
polys.
So yeah, it would be my number one role-playing game.
Less generous.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think Julian mentioned at one point he almost got into it. I don't know if that was around the Bloodlines era or he almost was pulled into a Vampire the Masquerade game project as well. I guess they sent him a bunch of materials, so it seems like you almost cross paths there again. I don't know if that was related, but it's an amazing setting, and despite it being one of the worst and bloodiest productions that I've looked into, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is actually an excellent game after patches. There's a whole story behind it, like where they, I think Activision pulled funding for like the last month, and so they couldn't actually patch it, even though it was just literally just sitting there waiting. It was gold. It was just waiting to be, sitting on their for a shelf or whatever. And I think for a couple weeks, people were patching it unpaid or something like that. But yeah, that game definitely needed a couple more months.
Yeah. No. There was. I think Julian was talking about how rough it was at Bethesda, but it's rough all over.
Yeah, it's a big problem. I mean, the only places I think you can really avoid the crazy crunch, I think maybe is like well-funded indie studios, maybe. But even like a big studio, even if you get like somebody like Sony to take you under their wing or whatever, you still have that corporate push, the corporate deadlines and stuff like that.
No, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. If you're doing what you love, you just kind of put up with it. But it's not always fantastic.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I've talked to some developers. I mean, Julian could be counted amongst one of them, or just the burnout of just doing 16-hour day, 18-hour days or whatever, nonstop for months. I think the worst I've heard was actually Bloodlines, where I think they were basically in crunch mode for 3.5 years. That's just absolutely insane. Like,
Yeah, it is.
any crunch time for weeks or months is bad, but I mean 3.5 years, that's got to be soul crushing. Surprised that
Yeah.
most of the people are still making games that are involved in there. I mean, Tim Kaine and I forget the guy's name, but lead designer on that as well. But yeah, that would be pretty soul crushing, I bet. But that's interesting, huh?
No, I remember meeting up with them, but I mean, honestly, my takeaway was like, oh, I'm pissed off that I got this license for Activision, and I'm not going to be involved in the design. So it was not like, I remember meeting with them at the time and knowing that they were going to do it, and like, oh, I wanted to be working on that because that was what I was involved, what I was inspired by so much before. So.
Yeah, that's got to be really disappointing because you probably were like really rooting for that. But we kind of glossed over that. But since you're such a James Bond fan, I was curious. I've watched all of them except for one. I've not watched this one for some reason. It's the second Timothy Dalton one. It was
Imagine working so hard to get the license for like
even
a game you want to work on,
the
and
first one is Timothy.
you're told no, you can't work on it.
no, the first one is License to Kill. Second one is Living Daylights.
Big corporations.
No, I'm sorry, it's reverse.
Fun times.
Have I been getting this wrong this whole
Look it
time?
up. First one was Living Daylights. Second one is License to Kill.
I thought Living Daylights was the last one before they rebooted it with Brosnan. I could be completely wrong. License to Kill. Oh, you're right. Wow, I had that completely mixed up. I hated License to Kill. But
oh yeah, no, I didn't like License to Kill either. It was forgettable to me. It wasn't a thing that I cared about it enough to.
It was too Americanized. Like, it was about I think they hid like cocaine and gasoline or something like that. It was very much like he like punched M in the gut. Like, it was just very not James Bond. Like, James Bond would tell M that something and then do another thing, but he wouldn't punch him in the gut. I don't think it was.
We gotta do the.
Okay.
I liked his first one. I liked License to Kill.
That one quest.
Living Daylights, yeah.
Living Daylights. I like that.
Yeah, that's the one I haven't seen.
I loved the song, the theme song from
Actually, you know what? We can go.
the
I have it
Euro
in
trash
view.
band that's on the tip of my tongue.
I don't. I have to get a Celia.
It's a Take on Me.
Oh, yeah. What is that band? I'm sure I could look it up now. But what's your favorite Bond movie?
What's my favorite what?
What's your favorite Bond film?
What's my favorite Bond film?
Yeah.
Well, you can't say Goldfinger because that's like the most obvious one, or From Russia with Love.
So you're definitely a Connery guy, definitely.
No, I'm not. I mean, my first experience with Bond is Roger Moore, and I mean, probably The Spy Who Loved Me has to as a huge, I love that film. Everything about it. There's nothing bad about that.
That's cool. Yeah. Surprisingly, he's often considered the worst Bond. George, what's his name? He only did one film, but that's actually one of the best. I think the Majesty's Secret Service. I think that actually had a really good story and a really good arc to it. It's easy to go with some of the original Connery ones, and Roger Moore did a ton. I know he did a ton.
No, I didn't like this one yet.
I think that Goldeneye was really, really good, but it's kind of the more new Bond. I think it's, if I had to pick one, I'd probably pick Goldeneye, but I think that.
Well, although I liked what was the one they did where he was against the evil multimedia giant played by he's not tip my tongue.
Not Christopher Lee, not that one. That was.
Oh no, that was way back.
Yeah. Oh, that was like the second Brosnan one or something like that. That was.
Tomorrow Never Dies.
Right. Yeah, that was pretty good too. Yeah.
I like that.
I think that Goldeneye was just so fresh. Like that was like a true reboot. They've actually brought the same guy in to reboot the series like twice now. He did Casino Royale and GoldenEye. So I guess whenever they do the next one, yeah, they'll have to probably bring him in again just to reboot the series. But it's a great. It really is probably one of the most reflective series, most reflective of the era. Like you can watch the 1960s ones, 1970s ones, and you can see exactly what's going on. It's really really cool. It's like it's almost like a history lesson, really.
Mm-hmm.
But,
I hear you.
But in respect to your time,
Could be over here.
Get to the next question.
It's a can in the ground. Just.
How are we doing on time? Are you good for another for a bit? We're about halfway through. We can pick up the pace.
There are hidden wizards.
Yeah, that's fine.
Down here. So yeah, got one.
So about that. So, what are you up to nowadays?
Well,
there surprisingly.
I guess I can give a little, because we mentioned that what was it? Daggerfall came out in '96.
Oh.
Yeah.
So.
Motherfucker.
I left Bethesda really close to the end of Daggerfall. Like I definitely saw Daggerfall all the way up to testing. And then I got the job offer. And honestly, part of the thing I'm leaving Bethesda at the time was that I thought they would release Daggerfall too soon. And that with all the hype at the time that it was getting,
get some work done.
If I didn't jump ship and move on to another company, then it was going to be a disaster. And I would just be the guy who released this horrible, disastrous game. So I was happy to have a job offer for, again, double or triple what I was making at Bethesda in California. And I went around to a couple different places, ended up at Savage Entertainment for 10 years. We did a bunch of games based on movies. So we did a Wall-E game. We did a Star Wars game. We did a couple other things along that line. When that went under, I worked at Disney and a couple independent studios. But that was all on the West Coast. And at this point, I'm working with a guy I met at Disney on a game that is coming out in about a week or two.
Oh, wow.
Coming out on Steam. That I've done a lot of the world building and lore, and I've written a couple of short stories for it, and a lot of in-game dialogue and notes you pick up along the way. And in the meantime, I've also started a clothing store. So I'm actually there right now, and I live upstairs, and I'm on the East Coast. This is my life.
That sounds great. What's that game you're? I didn't see that. What's that game you're working on that's coming out soon? I should plug it in the video.
Yeah, it's called. I'll have to look it up. Eternal Darkness: The Curse of the Pale King.
Eternal Darkness: The Curse of the Pale King. Yeah, I didn't know you were working on games this recently. I thought you'd taken a break, but.
Well, I'm happy to work with people I've worked with before. Julian, give me a call.
Exactly. Make it happen, Julian. No, I kind of, as you saw in the interview, I kind of pushed him on it, seeing it's like if he'd ever come back, and he said he's been tempted a couple times, but he'd kind of need. I mean, I would, as much as I'd absolutely love you and Julian and maybe even VJ. VJ's doing, I think, software development now and stuff like that, but.
VJ's been writing novels.
Yeah, I heard that as well. That's cool. I should read some of that stuff.
Me too.
His one condition is like a well-organized, well-funded project, because he doesn't want to have to run the show, which is understandable. Have you done much managing and stuff like that, or mostly been creative?
No. I think you reach a certain age and stage, and you have to do some management.
Well, cool. Let me know when the Kickstarter happens.
Well, you'll be the first to know.
All right. Cool. So that answers that question. So this one is a little bit. You may not know much about this since you weren't working directly with Bethesda at the time, but The kind of otherworldly weirdness of
Whoa.
Morrowind. I've seen a lot of sketches and writings from Michael Kirkbride. He's often credited with the kind of oddity of Morrowind.
Is it
I've
this
heard
one?
stories
I think
about
it's this
how
one,
there was like,
right?
you know, people kind of, hey,
Precipice,
kind of tone it
yes.
down a little bit, make it a little bit more real, a little bit more standard fantasy. Did you were you part of that those discussions as far as kind of toning Morrowind down to earth, because it's very alien compared to the other Elder
Sure.
Scrolls games. So I was curious what your thoughts were on that.
Well, short answer, I was not part of any of those discussions. Longer answer is that I know Michael Kirkbride and he's a friend of mine. So, and I don't know if I was part of his initial hire at Bethesda Softworks. I have actually hired him. I hired him on at Savage Entertainment, and I recommended him for other places that he ended up getting hired on to. So, yeah, we definitely have a good personal and professional relationship. Do we see eye to eye on every creative decision? Like, obviously not. But he has different interests than I do. I mean, it's actually a shame. I don't think we've ever gotten to the stage where we've really been able to work together creatively. So I think that I can imagine a way of working together. I mean, obviously it doesn't work with us anymore either, but there'd be a part where his interest in kind of the cosmic and the weird, and my interest in like the political and the way that people screw each other over, and like all
Yeah.
the soap opera the type of thing. I can see them working together. So we haven't quite gotten to that stage, but I consider him a friend.
No, that's great. Not bashing his work or anything like that. I was just commenting on how you can look before and after Morrowind, and you can see a very different direction for Morrowind, and that's what it gave it so much personality. I think is that it was so different. And I know, weirdly enough, I think he's actually working at Telltale now. As far as I know, he's working on some new project there. The last I heard.
Sorry, where did you say he's working?
Telltale Games.
Telltale.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he is. I know.
But yeah, no, really great writer and everything from what I've seen. I was just curious. I heard that his involvement was in Oblivion was almost primarily through conference call, which I thought was pretty wild considering the success of Morrowind. Were you working in California at the time? Where you were? Yeah. Okay, so you were mostly.
I think both of us were. I know at one point Michael was. I think they had a Telltale company in New Orleans that he spent some time there. But I was out in California until 2000. Well, yeah, about this time a year ago. So 2007.
Been back to the East Coast. Do you like the more I mean, you probably were you born and raised in Maryland, or were you from all over?
I'm kind of from all over. I was born and raised in the Midwest. I went to school in the South. Obviously spent a couple of years in Maryland. Then spent 20 plus years in California, mostly in Southern California, and then moved out here. But I'm in North Carolina right now, and that's where my parents live. So it makes sense to be out here. Like I said, starting a different kind of business.
That's great. I heard that North Carolina is really beautiful. I've not made it up there myself. I've gone to Boston a few times. Lived on
still up there.
Southern California. I love the climate there. It's nice 90% of the year. But actually lived in Western Washington, which is very beautiful, but very cloudy and rainy.
Hello? Is anyone there?
I become a snob.
Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Haidt.
Southern California, we get like a little bit of rain, and we're like, oh my god, thank God, because we're so we're basically a desert. And out here, I become like, if the storm is coming and it's not thunder and lightning, like, don't wake me up. Yeah, like I need a Wagnerian storm. I need something with oomph, to interest me.
Yeah, I'm currently living in Florida, which is weird because Florida
That's
is
okay.
around Tampa Bay area, but
Okay. Oh
yeah,
yeah,
it's
you guys
yeah.
have good thunderstorms. I've been there. My
Oh,
grandparents used to live there. Yeah.
yeah, it's crazy. You don't know how fast weather can shift until you've lived around here.
Yeah.
Because Western Washington, it's a temperate, kind of like England, very similar to England actually. When I lived there, um, but yeah, here it's like it could be completely sunny and all of a sudden thunder. You don't even see
Yeah.
clouds, just thunder,
Yeah.
and you're like, what's
Yeah.
going on? Or it's like immediately starts raining for like 10 minutes straight and then stops. Like earlier this morning was crazy.
Oh, I
Actually,
didn't
I looked
finish
at
his
the
dialogue.
weather app
Fuck
because I wanted
me,
to make
dude.
sure there's no thunderstorms because this is our stormy season, and I saw that it was uh 5% precipitation, cloudy
Man.
all day, but I heard like
Yeah.
rain and thunder, and I'm like, okay, you don't even know what you're talking about.
No, but we'll do the. I won't say the name of Alexa, but I will ask her for a weather report, and it will say, you know, sunshine and thunderstorms. Those shouldn't go together.
No, it's so weird here. There's even like strips of rain where like one time my brother was literally walking on the street and it started raining. He was like, "Wow, this sucks." Then he looked at the other side of the street on the other literally just across the way, and it was not raining, so he just switched sides and he was okay.
That's brilliant.
Very weird, very weird. Okay, cool. All right. So now I've heard about this. I wasn't unfortunately part of the forums, but Bethesda used to have forums where the players and even some of the designers, and I've heard that you were actually pretty active on the forums as well. You went by the alias, God, I forgot how to say it now. Shogorith?
You do you.
Shogorith, used to kind of roleplay there and stuff like that, and I heard that sometimes like the interactions on the forums would actually inspire real lore that would go into the games.
Yeah.
Is there any truth to that? And what was your story and why'd you leave? Basically.
Hmm. Well, there's totally truth to that. And I think it must have been between Morrowind and Oblivion that this happened. So I don't think it was post
We have
that
to
time.
kill
Um,
Morgott first for this to
but yeah,
work.
and I think it was Michael Kirkbride who
I
kind of
think I might have
built
to
me
kill Morgott first.
into it to begin with.
Otherwise, they
That
don't
they
all
were
appear
doing
there.
some kind of, they were role playing on the forums, and they basically said like, "Oh, we're gonna
Pretty
do like a summoning
sure.
of Azura or something," and he said, "Would you join the forums and play the part of Chiogora?"
Ooh,
And
mandate
I said,
card.
"You know, okay." And I think that most of the things that I post on there, like I'd like write like little poems, and you know, it would be, or like backwards rhymes, or you know, something where it wasn't
Pretty sure I have to kill
quite what
Morgott
it
first.
appeared to
Yeah.
be. And then a group of people kind of started uh, an interesting role playing thing based on that, where they were escaping what we had wrought based on that. And then it was funny because I just like jump on there as another character, and you know, join in with the group, and you
7.7.
know, be part of
Goddamn.
the story. And it's amazing because I think this must have been before I was married and had a kid,
7.
because I had a lot of time on my hands to be able to, like, you know, contribute to those type of
I'll wear this
discussions.
instead. At least there's no
Um,
flipping.
but I think I just got to say, I think I remember, I think there was something where those forums at some point, Bethesda corporately shut them down or said, you know, like, this is not lore, and you know, you should take these things. We don't want to support this stuff. But a lot of the stuff, so Michael Kirkbride wrote the first pocket guide to the Empire, which I guess he must have come out with Redguard, and then
Sounds right. Yeah.
I wrote the one that came out with either Oblivion or Morrowind. Was based on that. So I mean, and everyone, like, what Kirkbride wrote in the Pocket Guide to the Empire is great, but there were different directives of what we were going to do with the second one. and I think he was offered it and wasn't interested, or had a problem with the dictates, and it was violent.
All right. So it was just kind of declared like non-canon and not really something that they wanted to contribute, because I think they have new forms now, but there was none of the old posts in there now, so it seems like they closed down whatever old system they had, and you're just kind of, that's when he ended pretty much, is when they shifted direction, essentially. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, which we got. I mean, but a lot of the stuff from the second Pocket Empire stuff that we had settled in this online RPG, I put in there, so it's now kind of canon. I mean, there were things, and it goes back to like a quest in Daggerfall where Morgia, who is the daughter of Helseth, who becomes a king of Morrowind, has this whole quest having to do with her becoming the first queen of Firsthold. And in the second pocket guide, I say, yeah, it was her child who becomes, the first king. So it was like, okay, well, we're kind of settling that up and explaining, what happened with that. And I feel like there were probably a couple other things that, kind of lower things that during the course of that RPG, we settled out, just kind of like how we did back in Daggerfall stack.
That's cool. That's interesting. It's you don't hear that many that often where like interactions with fans actually directly contribute to lore or history or writing in the games. It's kind of an interesting moment in time, I guess. So that's interesting. All right, let's next question here. All right. So I don't know how familiar you are. I don't know how far through the new Elder Scrolls you played, but are you familiar with the Oblivion Shivering Isles expansion? What happened with that?
Of course. Yeah.
That was not written by you, right? That was not, you were not involved in that?
Not even a little bit.
What do you feel about that? Because you wrote a lot of Sheogorath's dialogue and character up to that point. How do you feel about that? The biggest personification of him. How do you feel that they handled that?
I think they did a pretty good job. I actually haven't played it all the way through. But I mean, there's a part where I think that Sheogorath is I mean, he was literally inspired by the Joker, and
really?
kind of like the Joker, there's a lot of ways to play him, and he can be a complete clown, he can be a complete homicidal maniac, and I feel like what works for the game is what makes sense,
Okay. And so your last involvement with the series directly was Oblivion Basic, not any of the expansions, right? That's pretty much where your involvement ended. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm not enough of a lore beard to know exactly when Akavir was first mentioned. It was kind of alluded to in earlier lore, and then it got bigger and bigger. Was there ever plans to explore Akavir directly in like one of the future games, or was always kind of like a nice out in that there's a mysterious far off land where dragons and stuff live? I know you're involved in a lot of the lore in that because it appeared mostly in books. So
well, it's funny that you mentioned that right after the Sheogorath stuff, because I just want to say this right. I think that your character in Shivering Isles turns into Sheogorath, and Sheogorath turns into Jigalag, which was another Daedra who was mentioned. Like I wrote a book for Daggerfall called On Daedra, and how like all the Daedra are ones that you can summon and interact with in some way in Daggerfall, except for this one that's spelled Jyllagg, or maybe there's a Y in there. Anyhow, so I really threw him in as a placeholder, you say. okay, well, this is when I need someone else to pull. I need to say someone else is a major Daedra, but we didn't mention. We haven't used him before. We'll figure out the reasons why, but fill that in. And then later, people who were taking over the things said Sheogorath and Jiglag are ones that are one and the same, where they switch off, which is cool. And you're like, okay, well, that's one is the one of order and one is the one of craziness. Sorry, went off on a little tangent. I forgot where we were going with this. What was the question?
Akavir. Was there any
right.
plans to
So
explore that?
Akavir, right. So similarly, you kind of like throw out saying like Tamriel is just one continent here, and we're going to talk about a couple other ones, and we'll see if we need to go there, if they're just a convenient one of like, why are these creatures coming over here that we haven't seen before? Or they're coming from Akavir, or they're coming from this other continent.
Yeah, that's cool. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it is always kind of nice to have that wider, like, expanded universe out there you can kind of borrow from or pull from, and because once you explore one particular part of your world building so much, it's really hard to kind of just, oh, by the way, there's orcs, or by the way, there's goblins, or whatever. It's like, oh, where'd they come from? Why didn't we hear about them? So, all right, it's interesting. Do you have a favorite race or faction in Tamriel from a lore standpoint?
From a lore point of view, like whenever I play, I usually play as. It depends on what I'm going to be. I mean, obviously, I think I go with the cliched, like if I'm going to be a brittle warrior or whatever, I'm going to be Orsimer orc. I love the way I'll say this for other people who've worked on lore. I love the way that the Argonians have sort of turned and been a completely different type of creature. But I think the High Elves have always been the group that maybe I had the most love for. That like it was my dream, like Morgia in the Wayrest thing of her becoming the next queen of Firsthold.
I should make my character look like a high elf, actually.
That's the ultimate that you can ascend to.
Let's go do that. I want to make my character look like a high elf.
Join the High Elves.
We'll save this as a
even be their ruler. That
we'll experiment with high elf.
They seem like the one that you want to be part of.
That's cool. Yeah, I know that there was a couple times where I think
I'll save here.
There was
almost
save it
over this.
There's almost
it's better.
A Somerset Isles game in the works, but I think it's always kind of been like, oh no, we'll do Morrowind instead. And I think Morrowind was going to be 2 at one point, and then they skipped that, and then it became 3 and things like that. But yeah,
I'm curious about post Elder Scrolls Online what they're going to explore, because I mean there were certain ones where we were definitely thinking, like I kind of dropped the stuff on Artaeum being like the home of the Sigic Order, and that they were
like that.
This is the mysterious Avalon of the game. Like again, in Arthurian mythos is like this is the ultimate that you can reach to, the crystal towers and the
actually let's
the
not look like a high elf
and things like that, where you're just like
let's not look like
that's
a high elf.
where we're aiming for, and now it's kind of been explored in Elder Scrolls Online. And you're like, oh, what are you going to do with it now that it's going to be different than what they've already done?
Yeah, it's probably pretty odd for you having such a long and storied history with the series. Like, it's got to be kind of weird because you've probably got your own canon in your head, maybe not fully formed for everything. Comparing it to what other people have done with the series, it's got to be kind of weird, kind of comparing. It's almost like a different dimension, really.
It's like being a grandparent and going like, oh, so like maybe you can control your own children, but what your children, have, you're like, oh, okay, well that's related.
Children are just a bad idea to put into video games.
For sure.
It's never
so this is probably the most important question.
Every single time anyone's
did
put
you write
children
the Lusty
into
Argonian Maid?
video games,
No.
unless it's like like you play as the kid and like
I'm
it's
not sure who did.
it's like a game targeted for kids.
I put it together. I thought it was you
But
because
like, just
you
imagine
have a
like
very,
Cyberpunk, right?
you
Like,
definitely
they
have a
have
sense of humor and
kids in that one. It's
kind
like what?
of done some of the wackier stuff as well. And you also wrote
Like a lot of
something like
examples
150,000 words of
where
books in the
kids don't
games or
work
something
in
like that.
games.
That's
I wrote a lot of the books, but
Yeah.
like that's probably the most famous book in the game, and the one, damn it, I didn't write.
I was curious. I thought I'd found the culprit, but maybe it was Todd. Maybe it was Todd Howard. I don't know.
Well, no, if we're gonna put money in the game, I'm gonna say it's probably Kurt Coleman.
Oh yeah, it could be Kurt. Yeah, I didn't know how much writing he did. I know he's been in designs since as early as Daggerfall, so he's been around the block. It could be. I don't know.
It's not Kirkbride.
Yeah, I don't think it would be him.
No.
He always seemed to kind of be the more serious, eldritch, otherworldly kind of stuff. I don't think that didn't really.
I don't think it's Bruce Nesmith. I don't think he would go there. He's also pretty serious.
Yeah.
But Kurt's got a sense of humor, so I can see that.
Yeah, there's that. I found a picture of Michael and Kurt goofing around, and like Kurt's got like a Roman helmet on with a gun or something like that. Really weird picture, but seems like he could be wacky enough to slip something like that in there.
Yeah.
Was there like a big database?
And Michael has a sense of humor too. Kirkbride does too.
Oh, totally. I've seen some really wacky stuff he's done, but.
Right. But that's not. I guarantee you he didn't.
Yeah, so the search goes on. I wonder if anybody will admit. All right, so the dwarves, or I guess later on they're kind of called the Dwemer. What do you? What was your reasoning if you had anything to do with them? I'm not sure how the war was divided up, but was it always the plan to be a long dead race, like a deceased race, or were they going to be explored and maybe a prequel, or was maybe a faction or something of them were like discovered later on, or were they just always going to be the race that is no more? What was the idea about them?
I mean, they were the one fantasy race that we hadn't included before. So we had elves and orcs and humans.
Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
and some other, other creatures that are, on that same length, but we didn't have a dwarf race. And I think that none of us who were playing D&D at the time had wanted to be a dwarf. So we were just like, okay, well, we should probably mention them, but not, give you the option of playing one. Because there's a part where we and I'm talking about the classic D&D dwarf,
Right.
which is the same thing as a classic Tolkien dwarf. So we just sort of said, if for some reason you're a dwarf fan, like they exist, and we have dwarven metal and we have dwarven armor and things like that. So we're acknowledging them without, if you don't have any reason why you would want to play them yourself, then you just kind of like leave it out there to say like, okay, well then you can imagine what it would be like to play as one of those, and maybe you'll explain to me later on what's
Use
fun
your
about being a dwarf
imagination.
in Dungeons and Dragons.
16 times the detail as a dwarf.
So we just kind of left it out there. But I think starting in Daggerfall, I think we started to make it into more of an interesting thing where we said something mysterious happened to them, and it began in the east and traveled to the west, and something happened where they all disappeared at once. And honestly, I don't remember whether we threw out some
rocks fell and they all
other
died.
hints other than that. I think starting in Morrowind, obviously they kind of ran with that as being an important consideration.
Yeah, I definitely played a big part in Morrowind in terms of going into the old Dwemer ruins and things like that, which was always interesting because you see all this like, this is unusual,
yeah.
this is weird.
I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, I was definitely appreciate that. If off the top of your head, what do you think your favorite quest, book, or bit of writing you've done, and why?
I mean, off the top of my head, the one that was really fun for me was writing a book series called 2920, to a large degree because it was me as a person who wrote the lore in the first two books, or the first two games. Coming back to it and making a sense of it to myself, and it was a huge amount of work. I mean, anything that's fun has to be a huge amount of work. Like you can't, I mean, there are fun things that you can do, like jump into a mud puddle or whatever, but anything that's seriously fun takes multiple pages, and okay, well this works, and this, and like putting it all together, it was really complicated to try to figure out multiple storylines from multiple perspectives, and putting it all together and that. So that's sort of the first.
All right, that's interesting. All right. This is a long shot here, but I was curious if you ever had any of your own writing or lore pop up again, and what your most surprising way your writing or designs have appeared in something you've seen or enjoyed. Like you played later game and it's like, oh, I remember writing the backstory for that or something like that. Has that ever happened to you? Or?
Well, I mean, in Elder Scrolls Online, I think that they've brought back some things that I've written.
There's another guy who invades me here,
cool.
Right? Pretty sure.
I'm trying to think of outside of Elder Scrolls if anything has happened. I know that when the novels were written about the Elder Scrolls, that there was a lot of stuff that was
invasions. Did I kill him already?
Reference in that, which was nice.
Maybe I have to relive.
Honestly, nothing immediately springs to mind outside of those.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That was just a basic question. I was curious if there's any time where you just like, I remember writing a note about that in a book 20 years ago, and then all of a sudden it pops up again.
Well, it was cool. It was cool in Morrowind to see Brenzia come back, from Daggerfall, and be a major part of like the add-on onto that, and Helseth come back again from Daggerfall, and having there was obviously a big reboot,
Okay, I guess he doesn't invade.
or change in the
Maybe
lore
I killed him
between
already.
Elder
sure.
Scrolls 2 and Elder Scrolls 3.
Yeah.
So, sort of anything that came back on that was nice to see.
Cool. All right. Let's see. Post Oblivion, how do you think that the writing and or just the series in general, actually, what do you feel about Skyrim and the rest of the Elder Scrolls series now that you're not involved with it? How do you feel that they've done?
Well, in a funny way, I think there's been the people who are huge Morrowind fans don't like the return to sort of classical, high fantasy, European style, Dungeons and Dragons. So, I mean, I liked it. So it's there's a part where like I think that you need to have kind of room for the weird and room for the um, uh, kind of classic stuff. I know that Julian talked a fair amount about um, originality and whether or not you create something that is so unique and so and I hate using the word unique. Like it's like unique means one of a kind, and there's almost nothing that's completely completely your own creation. I think there's always a part where you want players to tell their own stories and feel like they're a part of the world that they want to be part of. And Morrowind did a great job of creating a world that was weird, but yet you could, okay, well, I'm going to still be this character within this world. But I feel comfortable in like I said, like my background is Dungeons and Dragons and Tolkien and Arthurian stories. So a lot of those are where it's easier for me to create a character within that world. So what people see as maybe a step backwards in terms of more generic world, I'm kind of on Julian's camp of like a generic world is one where then I become important in that world. That it's not all about the strange tales of Vivek and if that makes any sense to my character.
No, I can get you. I think Julian's kind of poignant quote he had is, "It doesn't matter if it's different. The only thing that matters is if it's good." And I think that was his quote in the interview that we had, which I can kind of see. Like, on one hand, you want to kind of stand out from the crowd and kind of be different and interesting and weird, and
Sure.
you don't want to retread the same exact thing that's been done 100 times, but people love police procedurals, and they're exactly the same as every other police procedural episode that's ever been done. But if they're good, they're good. People don't care, so there's some merit to both arguments. And the second question kind of dovetails into that, where it's more about the gameplay. Like, as the first Elder Scrolls game you had no part in making, what are your thoughts on Skyrim? And in respects of its like gameplay mechanics and design. I know you weren't really as involved in the design in Oblivion, but what do you think of Skyrim? What do you think that's?
Well, so I think Skyrim was a beautiful game, and I get what they were doing in terms of streamlining some things. I mean, they've been streamlining things like skill sets. We kind of exploded them in Daggerfall, and sort of every game since then they've been, you know, streamlining them more and more, which makes sense in the sense that you want to make sure, you know, your earlier question where it was like, could someone be a completely, you know, an aristocrat that is just really good at social life and can talk their way through various things, and instead of making the world in a one where you could be that character, they said we need to get rid of these skills because they aren't useful. And things like a lot of the language skills and stuff like that in Daggerfall were not terribly useful. And certainly, I mean, they could have been useful, but not probably as major skills.
Yeah.
I get the idea of saying we're going to, you know, either eliminate or reduce them into, you know, smaller categories for that purpose. But there's an argument to be made to say, well, let's open it up to different types of gameplay and not make everything combat, you know, if that's not the way you want to play the game.
Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying. Like, you know, and I agree. I really like the idea of being able to talk to dragons and giants and stuff like that. But I think pretty much everybody could agree that they were.
Imagine dumbing down a game's mechanics, like removing speechcraft and all that stuff. Well, not removing, they still have speechcraft. What? Wait, did they? Yeah, they did. They still have speechcraft in Skyrim. But imagine like dumbing everything down for the sake of combat and then having shit combat where everyone just becomes a stealth archer instead.
Undeveloped. I mean, I think that it was basically a skill check. As far as I remember, it was like a skill check, and if you pass the skill check, the dragon wouldn't attack you, or the imp wouldn't attack you, or the giant wouldn't attack you. But like, there was no real dialogue system or real, like, you couldn't ally yourself with the dragons or the giants. That'd obviously be a whole other system you have to develop. But like,
I mean, imagine when you could be like Newt Scaramanga from Fantastic Beasts and like be the Beastmaster that you know. That would be awesome as an alternative.
No, reminds me of the 80s movie, which is really cheesy and old, but I love. But
Beastmaster, right?
Yeah, Beastmaster. Yeah. No, I think that's a really cool idea. There's so many ideas that were like the seeds were there, but instead of like improving them or developing them more, they just kind of cut them. Like, I think that there was something like at least a dozen or so non-combat skills in Daggerfall, if I remember. I mean, there's a lot of them. But I think by the time Skyrim came around, I think there's just speechcraft. I think that's all it is. It's just like all, like, what's left, like mercantile and talking to people, kind of just combined into one or something like that. But it's I mean, I know Elder Scrolls is kind of known as an action RPG, but it was kind of more than that in a lot of ways. I think it did kind of dabble in a lot of non-combat roots in a lot of ways. I mean, it was kind of, you know, born of games like Ultima Underworld and things like that, which were dungeon delvers, but there was a ton of things you could do, like arguing with people on the street to figure out the directions to the tavern and things like that, you know. So that doesn't really exist so much anymore because you already have a completed map as soon as you enter the realm. So I was curious how you felt on that. I mean, obviously it's done really, really well, you know, financially and you know, it's bigger than ever and things like that. But I was curious if you played much of them and I mean, I guess kind of got your input where that's like, you know, you kind of understand why they cut it, but you're probably more of an old school gamer where you like the different opportunities and different skill builds and things like that.
Yeah. No, I mean, the ideal would be to build out and to say, you know, Daggerfall had its limitations as far as what it could do technologically and what it could do graphically, and it would be brilliant if, you know, some of those things were done more with, rather than, okay, well, we're bringing it more into, you know, you don't need to have a lot of creativity to be able to figure out, you know, what your character is going to be, and you also don't have as much freedom to do as what you're going to do. So, but creating a game with a ton of freedom for what you're going to do is really hard, and I can see things moving in that direction again.
Okay.
we'll see with 6.
Yeah, 6 is definitely. We'll see a trend. I mean, I know that Fallout has kind of gone in a different direction as well, so we'll see. Maybe they're going to turn it around. Maybe they'll just keep on simplifying. We'll see, I guess.
Yeah.
I know Bruce Nesmith is a really. I know he was definitely trying to push the envelope in terms of like he was trying to create like a whole new AI system and stuff like that, and he's been.
Oh, that's been brilliant. I mean,
Yeah.
that's something I would, you know, I love the direction that that's going in there, and seeing. I mean, I think that's very much in the spirit of Arena and Daggerfall, is to be walking around the street and seeing two random people get into a fist fight, and you know why are they in the fight when like you watch the fight happen. I mean, that's when you see that happen, it's kind of magical. You know, it's uh, it especially when you know that you're not in massively multiplayer game where the people who are fighting aren't fighting because they're you know two dickheads who are just decided to fight in the middle of the street. There's some story behind that.
Yeah, I love the idea of like emergent gameplay like that, where you could just happen across something that happened to happen in front of you. It wasn't planned, it wasn't scripted. It just happened to happen there, and you're like watching it. You could choose to intervene or not, and things like that. Like it was a bit ridiculous sometimes in Oblivion because it was so new and they were kind of working out the rough edges. But I liked the little conversations where people just walk up and start talking about what's happening over in the other town and history and things like that. They had a very kind of basic AI system for that, but I thought it was really cool.
No, you can kind of get into a little uncanny valley thing, even on the AI and that, where you're like, okay, that's not really how people interact, on the street.
Yeah. Yeah, like the famous ones. There's whole YouTube compilations of it where it's like, hello, have you heard of blah? No, I haven't. Nice talking to you. Goodbye. Just like that's the entire conversation. But I like the idea. The idea is really, really solid, I think. All right. So what's your favorite job well, I mean, I guess in any industry, but are you more of a writer? Do you like snare design, world building, system design, game mechanics? What is the niche that you like to fill, or you think you feel you're best at?
Well, what I'm probably best at is writing. So it's in general. So it could be writing dialogue for people who you run into, or writing books that you find in game, and that's enough of an all-encompassing group that things can fall into. World building was always a pleasure for me, and even um, kind of post Daggerfall, once I ceased to sort of have a real control over the world, it's still a pleasure to okay, well, let me wrangle what I understand about the world into what I consider a coherent narrative. And like I said, like post Bethesda Software, so I've worked in making doing screenplays for movies and TV and stuff. So writing has continued to be a major thing that they're working on, and on the game that I'm will be coming out with soon. I didn't have very much to do with the gameplay, but I wrote some short stories for it. I wrote a bunch of dialogue for it, and I did a good amount of world building where they said they had a kind of idea of this is going to be kind of a dark fantasy world, and this is what's going to happen in it, and there's going to be a Lord of Chaos and a Vampire Lord, and figuring out what the background is of this world and why these characters would be at odds, and that's a ton of fun to try to figure out. So those are two. I mean, world building and writing are probably my strengths, but I love when I can figure out, based on what I'd like to do with the narrative, a gameplay mechanic that works with that. So again, coming back to like Elder Scrolls and saying a world in which you can do whatever you want to do and travel the world and be all of these different groups, then you start figuring out, okay, well, what kind of character creation do you need to have in order to create that? And um, and then you get into some mechanics, which are probably not my strength, but conceptually, I like to think of those things.
Yeah, it's cool. It sounds like you'd be great at like board games and tabletop games. I don't recall. Did you ever do tabletop RPG design or anything like that?
I've played a lot of them, but I've never actually been a designer of.
Yeah, what's great about those is that essentially they can pretty much be done by anybody if you just have enough dedication and patience and go through the process, because you don't need to program. You know, you can hire art or whatever, but it's very mechanical. But it's also very the theme, like the perfect board game or perfect tabletop game is like the theme and the mechanics just like, you know, dovetail perfectly. Where, you know, this mechanic is kind of like stealing, so the theme should be about like, you know, thieves or, you know, some really clever games. And there's a bit of a revival recently as far as tabletop games and tabletop RPGs. I think there was kind of a lull there in the 90s and 2000s, but it seems to be kind of coming back. So I was curious if you ever done anything like that.
No, I haven't, but I know what you're talking about.
Cool. All right. So any we've already we've already shared a few, but any other interesting or funny anecdotes in your time in game design or writing? Doesn't have to be Elder Scrolls related, but I was just curious if you had any interesting moments you haven't shared yet.
Of course, there's always a part where I'm trying to figure out what I should say. Because, I mean, a lot of these guys are still my friends, so, you know, it's...
Is it admissible in court or not, basically?
Well, that is the question. Can we come back to that?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, it's totally fine. All right.
Or were there another... Or was that the last question?
No, there's a few more. We're toward the end now. We've already actually covered this. I didn't know that you were still doing games as recently as like right now. So yeah, but are you continuing to do games more, or are you working on any projects after this one that's coming out in a couple weeks, or you're still open to games? I'm guessing because you're, you know, still writing one. But yeah, the question was, would you be interested in designing games again? But we've already answered that basically. So
sure. No, I mean, and there's a part where it was fun when we first got in contact, because you did the interview with Julian, who I probably hadn't seen. I'm going to say 10 years, but it might have been longer. And it was fun talking. Like the interview made me think about game ideas that we had talked about, you know, 25 years ago. And I went ahead and jotted them down just because, like, I'm going, okay, well, you know, if ever the fates align and you know, it makes sense to work together on something, these are the things that we should talk about again.
Did you ever get a hold of him? I gave you that email
you know
address.
What I did. You sent me his email address, and I haven't heard back from him. So I'm hoping that that he doesn't have some sneaky anger at me. That
I don't think so.
Joking. I'm joking.
He does. He's really busy. Sometimes he's taking like a week or more to get back to me. So hopefully he's just really busy and hasn't written you back. But I'm from everything I've heard, he has nothing but good things to say about you. But maybe he secretly hates you.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's always possible. Sorry.
Oh no, totally fine. Let's see. So, if you had complete creative control in the magical land of complete creative control over a new role-playing game, what would your elevator pitch be?
I don't have an elevator pitch, and I always like an elevator pitch by its nature, like it's too simple for you know. But I always think that a combination of procedural generation and what players bring to it is a game that is waiting to happen. And I guess the closest one to it is something like Minecraft, where it's something where it's you're given the tools. We'll give you some of the world. We'll kind of create some of the world. You're going to create things within the world, but imagine that like 100 times more sophisticated and like world that is more intelligent than that, and more adult and nuanced. I mean, and
Man,
I
has it
actually don't
already
think
been
anything
4
against
hours of
Minecraft.
streaming?
Like, I think that
It's
that was
crazy.
it's a really spectacular game considering where they started and where it went from. But my like the AI and having the characters who are wanting to take over and like that type of sort of palace intrigue is something that has always been interesting to me. So
Oh my god.
imagining something where the players can be part of the story and
That's crazy. I know, right?
but they
Time
aren't
flies.
the top of the story, and they're not gods, but they are part of this whole world. I think that there's a lot that can be done with MMOs and procedurally generated worlds and melding them together.
That sounds interesting, and it's obviously ideas are like easier to do than actual products, but I've had a similar concept in that the idea is that the world would be generated, the world and activities and stuff would be generated around you, and depending on your actions, it would kind of go in different ways, and like almost a procedurally generated story. Like if you decide to
I think
go to the
procedural
castle and answer
generation
the King's
is
Call, that's one story. If you
kind
decide
of
to go
meh.
over and hit up
Unless you're doing it like
the bar and talk to travelers,
unless
that's
you're doing
another
it like
story.
how
If you decide
Madoc is
to
doing it with
steal
procedurally
from
generated weapons.
random nobles on the road, that's a completely different story. And like
Procedurally
the world can kind
generated
of build itself
locations
and
just make the entire world
plots of
feel the
build stuff
same.
around you. Obviously, that could be
You have to be very, very selective
absolutely astronomical
and very
but
careful about
something like
procedural
that.
generation.
Again, that was a procedural generation aspect goes from. So there's a part where you go like, all right, well, if you talk to the nobleman and they say, imagine it was 1492, and they said, well, go and find this new land if you want to, and we're like, okay, we're going to put you out to sea and we're going to start creating a world around this quest, and you're going to deal with it.
No, I think that's awesome. I think that would be so much more compelling to the player than a game that you can like if you could log into Wikipedia and read like everything that
Like if
you
you
did in a game, that's not really your.
If you let procedural generation handle like all of world building, like I'm already yawning. That sounds boring. That sounds so boring. Like I can't, I would not be able to stay awake for like the game pitch. Well, unless it's like something like Minecraft where you really do just like every block is like a piece of sand, so it might as well just procedurally generate the whole thing. But even in Minecraft, you have procedural generation for like select areas. So like, that's a good example. I haven't played Minecraft in forever. Actually, I think like Minecraft is just like, well, like Minecraft has biomes, right? So that's kind of like a bit of a narrowing down. Yeah, it's far more complex than most people think. You have to be very careful about it.
Your story.
It's
just
very
the story
easy to
that
make the
game
entire
designers
game
built
just
for you,
feel
but
like
if
the
you could
same grind.
go into a game and
with
not ever
PogChamp.
be able to spoil what's going to happen next, that'd be amazing. I think that'd be like.
No, absolutely. I mean, and really the overall goal, I mean, we were talking about when you're in the world would be a thing where all the history that you read, like you would have books like in the Elder Scrolls lying around.
Yeah.
But if you open up a book that was about
Procedural generation, I feel
Patema the Wolf
should
Queen,
be kind of like
that character is not just made up by me.
should be more like
that
salad.
was
It's like salad dressing on
a real
top of a
character
salad.
who did things
It's not
and lived this
It's
full
not the
life
main course
and
sort of
died,
thing that you should
and you're
base your entire
reading
game
about it
around.
because it made a huge difference in this procedurally generated but intelligently acted out world. And that character may be still around. Maybe the person, maybe after, if you play Potema, the Wolf Queen, and she dies, then you take over Euro the Third because that's her, the child that she was born to, or she gave birth to, and so you've taken over that character and you jump to whatever character you've begat, and but the stories that you're reading are about your ancestors, and your ancestors being people that you've actually played before.
That's weirdly enough exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking kind of like a rogue light game or roguelike game where like once you're done playing, you either like retire or you die, and then the game would then add that to the lore and to the world. And so like you could run into the robber baron group that you created last game, and you may defeat those, and then the next game you hear about the hero who defeated the robber barons, and stuff like that. Like that could be just going to continue to go on. It wouldn't. It sounds like too good to be true, but I'm sure somebody will be clever enough to figure out how to do that. So it obviously have to be very.
I don't think
Yeah, I don't think it's impossible, but somebody had to really think of like programming wise and systems wise how that would work without making just a ridiculously impossible to make game. But that'd be something I would play for a unhealthy amount of hours, I think, where you're just like seeing how weird your world could get by like.
Well, yeah, you're like, how can I give it up when you are your character that you created in the beginning is now part of legend.
Exactly.
That character didn't make it eventually, but it is part of what crafted the world to begin with. So I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, I had some sort of idea. Obviously, can't use this title because it's a real book, but something like I Am Legend or something like that kind of concept where like every time you die or retire, you become part of the history and the lore, and you could actually be fighting, your descendants or taking orders from your descendants or whatever. Like that's so weird. It's almost like a terrarium of storytelling where you just like completely add new things to it, and you build out your own world.
Right.
And how cool would that be? Like you said with the MMOs, like what if somebody else goes into that world and experiences your and plays with it? I mean, that could be as big as Minecraft easily, with the right tool. I mean, Minecraft is an amazing success story. That was built as a web game with Java. Like it was a really small scope, but yeah, I mean, that's ideas like that. I mean, there's more out there for sure, but yeah, that's awesome. It's funny how similar, I guess, because we both, you made one of my favorite games. I probably kind of have seeded some ideas from that, but that's really interesting. Okay, so are there trends in the game industry that turn people from like you away from like AAA development? I think we talked about like crunch time and stuff like that, but I know that Julian kind of got burnt out from the industry from that. But are there trends and common things you run into that kind of turn you away from game development, the industry?
No, I mean, I think that I think I mentioned this before, that like at the time we were doing even the first Elder Scrolls, that they were considered to be kind of lower brow than what had come before them. So I don't think that there's a part where like, oh, the Elder Scrolls games have been dumbed down, so much that that's a big problem. I mean, I think that there's a part as far as turning away from the industry, and like I said, I still have some fingers in the industry.
Let's exit Elden Ring. Well, let's go do like one more co-op,
when I was
and then
working at Electronic Arts,
quit from there.
And one of the designers I was working with threw out a comment that said, "No one should be a game designer after 30." And I was flattered because I was like 35, so I was like, "Oh, he doesn't know." And there's a part where I think he's wrong, but I can kind of almost see the other argument where I go, the industry changes so much, and there's also a part where even nowadays, you can work so many bloody hours that if you don't have a family, then that makes a lot more sense than it did in your 20s when that was an option. So I don't know if I mean, the industry has certainly changed in a lot of ways, but it wasn't something that turned me off against the industry. I mean, I think it was a part where, yeah, it's not as simple as saying that there are. I mean, do I love all games that come out? No, and do I love all trends? No, but it's not that there's an overall negative trend that I think is permanent.
Okay. I was just curious if you thought there's like one thing that you saw that was getting worse, or one thing you think right now is a problem that might kind of take away creativity.
But I mean, we're talking about things like the procedural generation thing, which is a thing which I wish.
Right, guys, there's nothing going wrong in the games industry.
This is interesting. We can
nothing
do
at
something
all.
more with this and
move along now.
And with more juice in it, we can really make this into world building and stuff that procedural generation. I think, like you said, not just for the world, but for quests and for characters and things like that, where it's going like, we're really, I mean, obviously we know Google and all these things are paying so much attention to you in the real world. Yeah. If we can use that to say, we're going to pay attention to you in this fictional world, and we're going to make things more interesting for you in whatever way, that we realize that you are the social player who wants to have more palace intrigue, or know you're somebody who wants to delve into dungeons and beat the crap out of things. It shouldn't be that hard to say, let's create a universe that is around the kind of gameplay that you want to play. So it's not so much a trend that I'm against. I think that a lot of the trends of the industry are interesting, but I think that there could be some resources put in a different way.
Okay.
I also think seeing a lot of people getting fired is interesting.
To your fans and followers
a lot of entertainment.
Well, I'll give you my website address for my business, www.witclothier.com or witclothing.com. Okay. That's what I've been doing, and that's where I am right now. And I'll give you the website address for the video game series that I'm working on, and there are some short stories that I've written that are up on their website right now. I mean, other than that, I can't imagine that I'm going to be completely divorced from the industry ever. I mean, I don't think there's ever been a month that I haven't had something in the works in the video game industry, whether it's, coming to fruition or not. So I'm not giving up.
That's great to hear. I'm really happy to hear that. I unfortunately talked to a couple people who've kind of like moved on. They still want to, but they're like kind of moved on. But it's awesome that you're having a game come out. That's great. So yeah, I'm looking forward to hear whatever else you have in store for us. So yeah, thanks so much for doing this interview. I know it's kind of.
Oh my God!
If you watched the Julian ones, you probably had a rough idea how long it's going to take.
Messing up with
too long for you. But yeah, thanks so much. I really appreciate you coming on. And yeah, now that I've talked to you and Julian, I might have to talk to VJ just to get the trio of Arena.
Yeah, I think that's only fair.
All right. Thanks so much, Ted. I really appreciate it, and best of luck for you in the future. And yeah, so thanks so much, and have a great day, man.
You too.
Invaded by Sparta. Go this way, it's a little bit safer. Where is the invader? I don't know where the invader is. This is a pretty safe place, though. I wonder if the invader's AFK. Maybe that he's waiting. Waiting and watching. Let's go this way. Follow the host. I think the invader's AFK. Or he's hiding in ambush. Man, this invader is actually AFK. Oh, yeah, he's gone, I guess. Sparta has died. Oh, he wants to kill this thing? Okay. Let's go then. killing this? Okay, we are. Oh, there's loot. Strip of white flesh. This one. Okay, that's enough Elden Ring. We've played enough. Hmm.
Tensions on Israel's northern border with Lebanon have also been escalating. The Israel Defense Forces have been engaged in cross-border fire with the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah, which has been firing rockets into northern Israel almost daily. Tens of thousands of people on both sides of the border have been displaced. Residents of northern Israel say Hezbollah must be pushed back to protect communities from its rockets. Many say it's only a matter of time before a full-scale confrontation. Rebecca Ritters reports from the town of Metula.
A town devoid of people. Metula, just one example of the many abandoned communities along Israel's northern border with Lebanon. A soldier shows me around part of the evacuated town. Damage by missile and anti-tank fire is visible almost everywhere. About 1/3 of the homes in Metula have been struck so far.
Metula is one of the most dangerous towns along the Lebanese-Israeli border. It's surrounded by Lebanon on 1, 2, 3 sides and is hit almost daily by anti-tank missile fire. In fact, we're told we have to keep on the move because we're actually in the direct line of sight of Hezbollah fighters.
Just as we're wrapping up, there's a rocket alert and we have to take cover.
You right?
Another heavy barrage nearby. The military confirms around 65 rockets were fired into the area, one of the biggest strikes since the war began. Mayor David Azulai says rockets aren't even the biggest threat here.
The main threat against Metula is anti-tank missiles. They are missiles that have no warning system. We can't stop them.
Azulai is one of a few residents who stayed behind, part of a civil defence team who are working with the military to protect the area. Israeli officials have said for months that Hezbollah need to be pushed back from the border, a strategy the people living in these parts agree is the only option.
Residents won't return here without fighting, without the removal of Hezbollah from the fence. We saw the horrors of October 7th in the south, and therefore there's no other choice. We don't want war, but we simply have no other choice.
Residents like Carmel Renat feel the same. She and her family left their home in another border village on October 7th and haven't been back.
I think we have to see a change. Something must change because we left our house without nothing.
The family has spent the past 7 months in a hotel and only now moved into this house, about 40 kilometres away, deep inside the government-designated safe zone. Carmel says without military action to push Hezbollah back, she won't risk returning home with her kids.
There is no option with no war. We must feel all the citizens of the north border or the northern border confidence again, which we are not. It will end this situation of uncertainty. Right now we are living in a big uncertainty. And how long can people live like that? So we must see something.
It's a position held by so many as diplomatic efforts to broker a truce continue to fail. Hezbollah insists that so long as Israel refuses to end its campaign in Gaza, it will continue targeting positions in Israel's north. No matter what happens, these communities are changed forever, with people putting roots down in new places, while Israel's northern border turns, for now, into no man's land.
And let's cross now to Beirut for our Bureau Chief, Mohammed Shreiter. Could you talk us through the latest updates of the situation on the Lebanese side of the border?
Well, Ben, allow me to pick up from where the report ended. This is a key element to analyze and understand the situation on the Lebanese-Israeli border. So Hezbollah has been clear about its intention that the ceasefire in Gaza is the key to any solution in southern Lebanon. So as of now, the daily exchange of fire between Hezbollah and the Israeli army did not stop since October 8, except for some time during the truce in Gaza last November. But since then, the military confrontation is a daily routine, even though in an inconsistent pace and intensity. But a new round of escalation started last Sunday. Since then, Hezbollah is announcing that it is carrying out at least 9 to 12 military operations on Israeli positions and Israeli towns along the border with Lebanon, and that's per day, compared to 3 to 6 daily operations last week only. And this comes, of course, with extensive fire force from the Israeli army, who've been carrying airstrikes, like heavy airstrikes on Lebanese towns. It is worth noting that this scenario of escalation has been we've been repeatedly seeing this simultaneously with every round of talks about a potential truce deal in Gaza.
The Israeli defense minister warned of a precarious summer ahead. What are you hearing from people in Lebanon?
Well, there are mixed feelings and expectations about a large-scale war in Lebanon. Unlike what we've seen and listened to in the report from residents in northern Israel, the majority of Lebanese, and mainly those who used to live in the southern town in southern Lebanon, and mainly where Hezbollah has extensive support, they don't want to go to war, and they don't expect a large-scale war. They do echo Hezbollah's leadership in saying that this is not our war, and what is happening in the south is limited and calculated attacks to support Gaza. Now, there's a lot of public and political divide on whether it did support Gaza or not, and on the fact that Hezbollah solely took the decision to launch military operations on Israel without consensus and without consulting its partners in the government. But there we are, I mean, with daily cross-border shelling and some 100,000 Lebanese refugees from homes and towns in south of Lebanon, just like in the north of Israel. It is by far a no man's land.
DW's Mohammed Trader there. Thank you for chiming in.
We must uphold our mutually beneficial cooperation and win-win while opposing decoupling. There is no logic in decoupling from China. It's a desire to preserve our national security just as you do for your own. It's a desire for mutual respect and understanding, and a desire to continue to open up trade, but to ensure that it is fully fair at all times.
Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente de la Commission européenne.
Both China and the European Union have a shared interest in peace and security, and in the effective functioning of the rules-based international order.
Smo neretko pritisnuti od mnogih najmoćnijih sila sveta.
Even though we're often pushed by many more powerful forces in the world, we're always happy to have a friend in the People's Republic of China.
That was Serbia's president ending that little montage of presidents as China's Xi Jinping continues his tour of Europe. And it is that tour that we are talking about today. Hello and welcome to News Desk, a weekly conversation that puts you at the very heart of the discussion. My name's Alex Forrest-Whiting.
And I'm Biresh Banerjee, and I'll be taking those questions, comments and observations that you type into the chat and bring them into this conversation, and also putting them to our experts whom we'll hear from in a moment. So send us your questions and observations. We're looking forward to them.
Yeah, and this week we are talking about China and its relationship with Europe and some of those difficult tensions that seem to be developing, be it trade, be it security, and also some of the divisions within Europe itself over China as China becomes more assertive. So we're asking this question this week: how much does China really need Europe?
And some of you have already weighed in on that question. I have two usernames here, just as an example, as a sample from the comments that we're already getting. So there is this comment from @NewBeginnings413 saying, Europe will